I'd like to introduce for the last time our student member, Leah Wilk. This is her final meeting, and we have her replacement, Alexis Schaefer, who is here with us tonight as well. So, Leah, I'll ask you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance one last time.
Okay.
And we'll proceed from there with a moment of silence before we do the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We are making a change to the public agenda. The agenda will have pulled from it the superintendent's action plan. And I would note the superintendent is not here. She was unable to come tonight. Also, our attorney, Mr. Hoover, was unable to be here tonight as well. But Superintendent Baker, thank you for being able to at least be on the phone tonight for the public session. Oh, and Dr. Miller is normally with us. Dr. Nicole Miller is normally with us, but she's not with us because right now she's probably has a baby that needs fed. So we wish her the best with her new baby, Quinn, I think is his name. And we wish she and Kirk the best in raising their newborn. So with that being said, there will be that correction. Is there a motion to adopt the corrected agenda? Seconded by Jason, seconded by Matthew. Discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor of the amended agenda, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. And we do have that. Approval of consent agenda as an action item. I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion.
So moved by Rodney. Seconded by Matthew. Discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor of the consent agenda, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Consent agenda is passed. Approval of the May 10th, 2022 public session minutes. Are there any corrections, additions, or clarifications? Yes, Monica.
I have a question. It is under 4, new business. Go to letter E. I would like to have this added. It's under the Northern Garrett High School Security Vestibule Project bid. In the past, a lot of times we've included a price in this. So I'd like the cost to be on there, $244,700. And the project start date is June 15th, 2022, and the completion date is August 15th, 2022.
Are there any discussions about the addition to the minutes? Any concerns? Karen, did you get all that? Okay. Anything else? Any other concerns, corrections, clarifications, minutes? Hearing none, is the motion stopped?
Make a motion to approve with the correction by Ms. Rinker.
Okay, a motion by Jason with the corrections added, seconded by Matthew. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the addition to the minutes, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. And the correction addition is passed. We now go down to closed session summaries and announcements. And Superintendent Baker, if you feel like doing that, we would love for you to. If not, I'll do it for you.
I'll try. The Board of Education met in an executive session on Tuesday, May 10th, 2022 at 3:08 p.m. under Authority 3-305 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland to discuss the following items. Review of executive session minutes, personnel topics pursuant to 3-305B1, negotiation topics pursuant to 3-305B9, investment of public funds topic pursuant to 3-305B5, and administrative function topics. Jason Vansickle made a motion to go into executive session, and Monica Rinker seconded the motion. Final resolution, motion carried with yea votes from Rodney Glatfelty, Matthew Pod, Monica Rinker, and Jason Vansickle. Jason Vansickle made a motion to approve the executive session agenda, and Rodney Glatfelty seconded the motion. Thereafter, the board voted to approve the agenda with a yea vote from Rodney Glatfelty, Matthew Paw, Monica Rinker, and Jason Vansickle. The topics discussed in the closed session included the following: executive session minutes, April 12, 2022, executive session minutes. Monica Rinker made a motion to approve the April 12, 2022 executive session minutes, and Jason Van Sickle seconded the motion. Final resolution, motion carried with yea votes from Rodney Glotfelty, Matthew Paul, Monica Rinker, and Jason Van Sickle. Personnel, certificated staffing recommendations. Dr. Wilderson shared certificated staff recommendations with the board for their review. Dr. Wilderson answered various questions regarding the candidates. The board took action on the staffing recommendation in the public session under the consent agenda. FY23 SMOB interviews. The board conducted interviews for the FY 2023 student member of the board. Jason Van Sickle made a motion to appoint Ms. Alexis Schaefer as the FY 2023 student member of the board, and Ms. Haley Wilderson as the FY 2023 alternate. Rodney Glotfelty seconded the motion. The final resolution, motion carried with yea votes from Rodney Glotfelty, Matthew Paul, Monica Rinker, and Jason Van Sickle. Negotiation, consideration of proposed contract language, GASA and GCEA. Dr. Wilderson shared updates on all 4 bargaining units and the status of their negotiated agreement contract changes with the board members. The board considered this information but did not take any action on the topic. Salary parameters, Dr. Wilderson and Ms. Allison Schweitzer presented revised salary parameters. The board took action on the salary parameters in the public session under the consent agenda. Administrative function, the board discussed various administrative function topics. The board considered these topics but did not take any action on the items. Adjournment, Jason Van Sickle made a motion to adjourn executive session and Matthew Paw seconded the motion. The motion carried with yea votes from Monica Rinker, Rodney Glotfelty, Matthew Paw, and Jason Van Sickle. The executive session ended at 6:09 p.m. Mr. Tom Woods, Board President, Mr. Rodney Glotfelty, Board Vice President, Mrs. Monica Rinker, Board Member, Mr. Jason Van Sickle, Board Member, attended the meeting. Dr. Matthew Paw, Board Member, attended the meeting at 4:11 p.m. Ms. Barbara Baker, Superintendent, Mr. Brandon Hoover, Board Attorney, Dr. Jane Wilderson, Director of Human Resources, Dr. Nicole Miller, Chief Academic Officer, Mrs. Allison Schweitzer, Director of Finance, Mr. Richard Wazowski, Director of Maintenance, Facilities, Operation, and Transportation, Mr. Jeff Gang, Director of Information Technology, and Mrs. Karen Brewer, Executive Assistant to the Superintendent, attended all or part of the meeting. Ms. Candy Moss, Supervisor of English Language Arts and Social Studies, and Advisor for the Garrett County Association of Student Councils, Ms. Alexis Schaefer, student, Ms. Haley Wilderson, student, attended part of the meeting for the FY 2023 student member of the board interviews. You ready for announcements?
We are, thank you.
All right. So, June 17th, grading period 4 report cards will be emailed or mailed. June 21st through the 24th and 27th through the 30th, summer programming for the high school. Location, Garrett College for both high schools. June 23rd is a MAVE Board Service Academy, Governing for Equity. It's being held virtually. July 4th, Independence Day, office is closed. July 11th through the 14th and July 18th through the 21st will be summer programming for elementary and middle school. They will be school-based with the exception of Yak Glades, which will be held at Broadford Elementary School. July 12th, there's a MAVE Board Service Academy. Boost your effective governance with stronger board self-evaluations and superintendent evaluations. That'll be virtual. And July 21st, a MAVE Board Service Academy, the Blueprint and Reimagining College Readiness MCTE, also virtual. If you're interested in attending any of those, please notify Mrs. Brewer. Thank you.
Thank you. Our recognitions, we do have 3 of them that we are having this evening. I'm certainly happy that everyone was able to come for recognition. Our first one will be the Maryland State Association of Baseball Coaches Hall of Fame recognition for Coach Phil Carr from Northern Garrett High School, and certainly as a person who's worked against Coach Carr for many years, never for him or with him, but always against him, I can assure you that it was a chore to win. So congratulations on behalf of a fellow coach and a fellow competitor, but I'm going to ask Mr. Van Sickle to make that recognition.
Since we were making that. Northern Garrett High School baseball coach Phil Carr was inducted in the 2022 member of the Maryland State Association of Baseball Coaches Hall of Fame. Carr's coaching career spans 34 years. He achieved victory number 400 as a coach in 2021 season, with the team making it all the way to the state semifinals for the MPSSA Class 1A baseball state tournament that year. Carr coached in 2021 the Brooks Robinson Classic High School Baseball All-Star Game. The season in 2022, the team advanced to the regional semifinals of the tournament. In coaching Northern Garrett High School baseball, he boasts an impressive 420 wins and 173 loss record. In addition to baseball, Coach Carr is currently the health and physical education teacher at Northern Garrett High School for 32 years, the athletic director for 11 years, and he's also Northern Garrett High School head football coach for 26 years. He was the assistant for the Garrett County Association Legion Baseball for 35 years. He helped coach each of these teams to their state finals in the past. The Hall of Fame induction ceremony will be held virtually this year, and Coach Carr will provide an acceptance speech at that event. And also, most of you don't know, I actually played for Coach Carr whenever I was in high school as well. So congratulations, Coach. Thanks.
Coach Carr, certainly you're more than welcome to add a few words or whatever. The night is yours.
Just thank you guys for honoring me. You know, it was quite an accomplishment to get to this point, and a lot of hard work, a lot of good players along the way. As a coach with no coaching for a long time, you don't get to these situations without a lot of good players, a lot of good assistant coaches, and thank the board for giving me an opportunity to start this back in 1990. So, thank you.
Phil, please accept my congratulations as well. I'm so sorry that I can't be there, but congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Okay, our next recognition also goes to Northern High School. It's, the MPSSAA State Champion track performers are with us tonight. And I've asked Mr. Raffelty to make those recommendations, or those recognitions.
Looks like it's Northern tonight.
It looks like it is.
It's my great honor to recognize members of our Northern Field and Track team for their accomplishment at the state championships, and also want to recognize our coaches. So we have plaques, and I'll read a memo that came out from Superintendent Baker, and then we'll give out the actual certificates of recognition. Members of the Northern Garrett High School boys track and field team came in first place at the MPSSAA State Championships, which was held on May 28, 2022 at the Prince George's Sports and Learning Complex in Landover, Maryland. Ashton Sober, 11th grader, came in first place in the 800-meter run at the state championship. He completed his run with a time of 1 minute, 59 seconds, and 41 tenths of a second. His time beat the previous school record by over 2 seconds. Ashton also won the 800-meter run at the area championship at the West MAC conference earlier that year. Additionally, Ashton and teammates Derek Benninger, Ethan Peck, and Devontae Ross, also all 11th graders, came in first place in the 4x40 relay. Their time was 3:30.13. The same relay team took first place at the West MAC Conference Track and Field Championship, running 3:29.73 and breaking the previous school record by more than 5 seconds. Overall, the Northern Garrett High School boys track and field team finished in 8th place in the state tournament out of a total of 30 teams. So congratulations, members of the team. That's a great job. First, I want to recognize, maybe I'm sorry.
Yeah, Monica, would you help me, please?
Just Steve. Yeah. Right.
Sit up there, guys.
You got two minutes.
I know you're faster than that, you just proved it.
All right. I got it. Garrett County Board of Education Certificate of Recognition presented to Ashton Sober, in honor of your achievement of outstanding accomplishment, first place winner in the 800 meter run at the 2022 MPSSAA 1A State Track and Field Championship. Congratulations, Dad. Okay, he's gonna get another one here. Again, the certificate presented to Ashton in honor of your accomplishment, outstanding accomplishment as a member of the Northern Garrett High School 4x40 relay team winner of the 2022 MPSSAA 1A State Track and Field Championship. So you get two certificates. So the other members of that team that were first place at the state championship, Derek Banger. Not sure the same thing as that. Ethan Peck. Devontae Ross. And now we're going to recognize. Okay, three coaches. Garrett County Board of Education Certificate of Recognition presented to Sean Beck in honor of your of outstanding accomplishment, coach of the Northern Garrett High School boys track and field team, first place winner in the 800 meter run and the 4x40 relay at the 2022 MPSSAA 1A.
I'll pick up his.
Okay. And then the final one is Sharon Hawkins. Great job. Good job. Great job. You want to say something?
Coach, you want to say anything? You'll be here a lot.
I'll say that she had a phenomenal race, and the 4x400 relay is always the last event at a track meet, and Derek and Devontae, that's the last of 3 events for them at the state meet, and Ethan and Ashton, that's the last of 4 events, so it's really, it comes down to a lot of willpower at that point, and drive, and these guys were all committed to each other, and everyone, you know, we had a tight race the whole way around the track, but everyone was disciplined and kind of relied on the next guy up to fulfill his role. And the other thing I want to say is congratulations to Coach Carr. I can't think of any better honor than to be recognized by your peers. I know baseball coaches respect you a lot, and I can say at least one track coach does as well. So congratulations.
And these guys are juniors, right?
They're all juniors, yeah.
So repeat next year, right?
I don't say
We can talk about that. We can talk about that.
You guys are welcome to sit.
Everybody ready? 1, 2, 3. Another one. 1, 2, and 3.
All right.
We have some haters totally sitting in the room.
Congratulations.
You're welcome.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Congratulations.
And we have one last recognition. And that recognition will go to our student board member attending her final meeting tonight, Congratulations. You've been awarded the Charlotte A. Seabold Scholarship as administered through the Garrett County Board of Education. Tonight, we are awarding to the school of your choice a $500 scholarship in your name. Your award is a result of your outstanding academic performance, leadership, advocacy as a student member for the Board of Education in the 21-22 school year. And I'd ask Mrs. Seabold if she would like to come tonight and make the presentation herself. Unfortunately, her granddaughter, I think, was graduating from the 5th grade in Loudoun County, so she's in Loudoun County celebrating with her family. But certainly we do this in honor of Mrs. Seabold, who was a 28-year member of the Board of Education, and we give the scholarship each year, hopefully, to an outgoing student member. But Lee, it's been a pleasure to meet you, to work with you, to listen to you. You've had a lot of extremely important insights that we don't see, that only you would see. You got to serve during some critical times of unusualness in education, and helped us a lot understanding this thing. So, on behalf of the Board of Education, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we getting a picture?
We sure are.
So 1, 2,
3.
1, 2.
Thank
You can just work with Karen, she will lead you through how to do it.
Okay, I got it. Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Unfortunately, she doesn't even leave after her recognition.
Not tonight.
We were telling her she never, we thought we got a paper or something.
Yeah, you don't get your money, you don't get your money till we're done with you.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on to policies and procedures. KG, use of school facilities policy is an action item, and Schweitzer will make that presentation.
Mr. Woods, excuse me. We'll let Mr. Knight explain why, if someone's watching from home and wondering why you can't see like our minutes or anything on the screen, we'll let him explain why, and why the one screen isn't working.
They never see that screen anyway, but
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's just a little bit different setup with the presentation that
Oh, because of Reverend Parker.
Yeah, that's why these aren't on right now.
I got you.
So just if someone might wonder,
Yeah.
like this,
Why is it different?
yes,
Yeah, why is it different?
but they know we're aware of it.
Yeah, thank you. Allison, you want to lead us through this action item, please?
This is the second read for the use of, revision to the use of school facilities. This is to update, to align with the processes that we already have in place. We also updated the forms that we are using, as well as, we changed the liability and property coverage last year. And so this is as a result of some of the suggestions that they made as well.
Okay, I'll open it up for Board of Education questions concerning policy and/or procedure. Are there questions? Oh, I have a recommendation. Yeah, let me do that. She didn't give me those. I forgot. She's not here. There is a recommendation by the superintendent. The recommendation is to approve the policy. The changes to the policy, procedure, and facility use application were necessary based on current practices, liability insurance requirements. No questions received from the board during the review period. So she is making a recommendation that we accept it. Is there a motion as such? Motion by Jason. Second by Rodney. We can now have discussion. Questions? Yes, Mike.
I asked my questions last month, but there is one more, just for clarification. You did give us the fee schedule with it, but when you look at, say, the procedures, when you go to F, fees, it says the fee schedule established for use of school facilities will be published annually on the GCPS website and in the budget book. So my question, when it says the website, will it be with the policy procedure, or will be a different, it'll be
at the maintenance and operations landing site, as well as the finance.
Okay, so for people that aren't familiar with and want to want to know, is there any way, is it easy, would it be easy to find on there for people that are interested in possibly renting a facility, or maybe put that reference here, it says it will be in the budget book on the GCPS website. I'm just thinking more, like, normally make it more clear of where it is, like if you find the policy procedure, well, you would normally think that the fee would be with a policy procedure. I mean, I know it might change from year to year, that's why it is for the budget, but I'm just thinking, it should all move together. I don't know what anybody else's thoughts are, that's just user-friendly.
I think that, yeah, user-friendly, I think is what we're probably most concerned about, and I know sometimes.
Yeah, and we were concerned about that as well. And the thing is, most users of our website don't read our policies. They are looking at our department websites, our landing pages, and we've really tried to do a better job of having all the resources available at our department sites. Mr. Green is getting ready to roll out our brand new website, and we've been integrating all of that as well. So, you know, that was one of the changes that was recommended with these revisions, was that we would be pulling this out so that it could become a part of the annual budget where we approve these fees, so that we wouldn't have to revise the policy annually anymore. We've done that with the operational calendar. We've done it with, I can't exactly remember other things, but we have been trying to do that so that we push people towards our website.
Yeah, I don't know if as the new website rolls out, perhaps it'll be a place where all forms are located. The person says, oh, I need to get this form, if I want to do this, I just go to that page. All the forms that you would need to do anything with Garrett County Board of Education is on that link.
Well, and we have, HR has all of the HR forms, finance has mileage room, you know, we have all of that. So we've been working on building that out. So this is another part of that.
I guess one more thought with it too, possibly be maybe a parent or guardian would want to use a school where their child goes to for some reason. So they don't even comfortable contacting the school principal or secretary. So I guess they would have this somewhere in the school where they could easily, if they would get a phone call, say, you know, who I contact or how much does it cost to rent the facility.
Yeah, I would think all schools would have.
So I said, as long as then I guess the principal secretary would be knowledgeable of it.
And each principal has a budget book, and it'll be in the budget book as well. So,
We'll just have to get used to it because we did use the budget book.
Okay, let me give you a couple of what-if scenarios that concern me a little bit, and maybe it'll ease my concern. It's, I think, very helpful for the principals. What you all have done is very helpful. But here's a concern. The third party, the third priority, I'm going to say, third priority group, adult community activities. As I read that, if, let's say, I've got a casual basketball league at Accident Elementary School among a bunch of men who have a couple of 3 teams and they play pickup games on Sunday nights, and they want to use the facility. Are we saying that that group obviously has to fill out the forms to use the facility? Well, they need $1 million liability policy as well. Yes, they will. I don't know what $1 million liability policy costs for something like that. I don't even have an idea what it would cost. Can't imagine it's a lot. Yeah, I'm saying I can't, but I guess it becomes not a problem, but who's the person in that 15-man league who's going to put their name on the policy? Say, my name's on the policy, because we don't have an organization. We've got a bunch of guys who want to use the gym. And I think we're all aware that happens a lot in Garrett County, where those gyms are used by adults on Sunday nights. Nights things aren't going on, and we've freely allowed them to use it over the years. I understand that, I mean, we don't live the way we lived 20 years ago. We live in an era of litigation where you have to protect yourself. And the school system has to protect itself. But was that talked about
Yeah, it was discussed,
Okay.
and we actually, reached out to, Ed Panther, and we talked to him about obtaining one-time insurance policy, for like a family reunion event. Because, like what you're discussing, Camp Hickory is used in ways that aren't by an organized group of people. And, in some of the not formal forms, we have the ability to direct these groups to someone that could help them obtain a liability policy to use our facilities if they so choose. This was something that in the policy committee we talked about quite a lot. You know, I think Mr. Paul and Mr. Glafelli will attest to that. But the MABE group was very clear that this is something that we need to do.
Oh, I understand that.
This is, when they were reviewing our policies, they felt that this was exposing the Board of Education. And so that's why it's in here.
Yeah, I think we all get it. I mean, I get it. We all get it. It just, it's going to be a change in past practice for years, upon years, upon years, upon years. And how we articulate that, communicate that to the ad hoc groups that want to use the facilities will be very important. Because, you know, I'm sure the first time somebody says, hey, I want to use whatever, and the principal says, but I'm going to need this, this, and this, emails are going to fly. As to how that, so I think it's very important that we communicate it in a way that people understand that we're protecting resources of the school system. They have no choice but to do that. The other question I had was, under restrictions of use, number 11, organizations not allowed to post commercial advertising on school property. I don't really understand the need for that. And I'm gonna give you an example. Let's say that Brenda Brazahan uses our facility to do, you know, one of her shows. In doing that, she has several businesses have contributed to helping with that show. And they want to put sponsored by whatever, a business. Why would we not be in favor of that?
That's more of a recognition rather than an advertisement.
No, they're advertising because they're sponsoring. They're paying money. They're gonna.
I don't know, this is a part that we were not revising. This is part of the original.
That has always been in there.
Yeah,
Well-
so, I can't speak to.
I mean, I think the original intent there was because we can't limit what people are advertising. So if we open it up, then that seems to be the board approving whatever those products are. That was what,
Well,
that initial discussion.
we already have advertising by the board. It's on all the football fields.
But we're choosing that advertising, whereas this would be outside parties choosing what to put up.
But we would choose it, wouldn't we? To allow them to put up what they say they want to put up. Wouldn't we make that choice? I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
I don't know. And every instance could be different.
You know, it's not a non-stopper for me or anything like that. It just was a question I had as to why we would not allow promotion of a business on a field or in a gym or anywhere else when we already do that.
I think it's different because it's the outside organization,
I
it's
understand.
using your facility. And so they could be having a Trump rally, you know, or they could be advertising hemp
Political levy
sales
support.
or, you know, and, right, exactly. So I think it's just protection of when somebody's using our facility, protecting the administration so that they don't have to go in and make a judgment call. But, you know, I don't think it's the sponsorship of the athletic or extracurriculars that we're talking about here. This is if someone comes in and sets up a pop-up store of some sort, you know, and they're selling something or, you know, it's, we don't know what all the options may be, but this isn't intending to not have sponsorship billboards across the gym. You know, that's not what this is about. It's about what if someone's using the gym for a different event and they start advertising something that the board doesn't align with, if they advertise fracking or some other very highly political thing, or some religious thing, I think that that's probably why that was in here. I can't say because it was definitely before my time.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
again, I guess, just started. One last thing, and that's the only thing. Under fees, it says maybe. Fees may be applicable to users, categories 1 to 4. What determines maybe?
Well, that's something that we actually changed per the principal's request, because there are certain, if you look at the fee structure, the appendix B3, category 2 is youth groups and recreation, and for facility use per day, we have a no charge for all different things. However, there were instances where the principals were like, wait a second, that's a camp, or that's a different event. They're raising money, or they're incurring more expense for the facility. We may need to charge depending on the usage of what they're doing. And so one instance was like category 3. Say Relay for Life comes back to one of our schools, and they want to have 24 hours of walking. And we've only done a lighting fee for an event fee of this, but we know that it's going to take all these other resources to do that. We may have to charge them more money. Or it may be something that it's a benefit for a teacher that passed away, and we want to strike all the fees, and we want to be able to say, you know what, Mr. Wazlowski, Mrs. Baker made a decision that we're not going to charge that.
So that was my question, part of my question. Who makes that decision ultimately? Yeah.
Well,
Is
the
it the principal or is it
and then the facilities director.
together they make the choice? Yeah, okay. Yeah, because you're gonna get into those things where somebody's gonna get charged, somebody's not gonna get charged. You charge that 15 players at accident to play basketball on Sunday night? Do they get charged?
They should be. They should be.
Which again, goes against what's happened in the past for 50 years.
I understand that, and that's why we're revising it, and we're trying to streamline it. That's why we've spent the whole school year working on this. We worked on it in 2 policy committees. We've met with the principals as a whole. We've met with just the elementary principals, and we've met with just the secondary principals. So we have been working on this policy and procedure for a long time to make sure that we got all the feedback that we needed. We spoke to various insurance companies of how they would insure our outside orgs and how this would work. And they have no concerns about this. They believe that this is standard practice in most other school systems. So, we're trying to streamline things because we know that there are certain administrators that aren't collecting the fees that they're supposed to. So we're trying to reset the norm. So
That would be, well, yeah. I mean, if we're supposed to be collecting fees, we should be collecting fees. Let's leave it at that.
well, the discussion we had was if it's a very special event. If it's Relay for Life, just like what I said, if it's, so like FCA, I don't remember what.
Fellowship of Christian Athletes.
Yeah, they have a weekly huddle, no charge for weekly huddle, but yet they hold a week-long camp at our campus that uses a lot of our resources. And that was one of our discussions. Should we pay them a nominal fee to rent our fields to have access to some of our facilities because they're charging a fee? They're doing, that was the discussion, because the principals wanted to have the autonomy to be able to say, hey, wait a second, that's not just regular use of a classroom. That's a stepped up event use.
But if you're in category 3, as an outside group, you are to pay.
You should pay, unless
Should
there's some,
or.
you,
I mean, I'm using words, but I think it's important for people to know, if we're saying you are, you will have to pay.
You will have to pay, but if I don't know, I don't know. Like, I say should because that's how legal language is, you should pay, you know, I don't know.
Well, if it's part of our board policy, it must pay. Or somebody's not implementing board policy. Yes,
Sorry, just 3 questions. So in our examples of categories, so in policy it references an individual, but none of our examples on any of the categories list an individual as an example. So where do they fall in that category list? And just a question, so like individuals using the outdoor track, which is a facility of Garrett County Public School System, how are they seen for the insurance and charge purpose? Because they're not addressed in this. Sorry, I should have grabbed that question last week, but.
I'm not sure. I mean, the problem with the tracks is that they are funded with space.
And that's what my question is, yeah.
And so it's Project Open Space. It is available to be used.
So I
Not
think they should be
formal.
excluded in this because they are available to use through public funds that were used to do those facilities. But they're technically classified in the policy because it says our property. So I think they need to be called out in this.
Well, there's playgrounds too on some of these schools that somebody.
Absolutely, but I'm saying if you're gonna have a policy, you need to address those.
the more you limit things, the more you
Yeah.
come up with examples of what ifs.
I take my children to the accident playground all the time when school's not in session.
We need to try.
And you need to make sure I have an insurance policy, right?
No, I think,
And that becomes part of the problem too, is we have so many board-owned properties that are open to the public. But
Well,
what
this
if
is
we have?
really intended for outside organizations.
Yeah,
I think we're getting
this is not,
completely off of like.
But the policy states individual, it says group or individual, so.
what is
I mean, if it says individuals, it says individuals.
where is that?
Right here,
In the policy.
in the policy. Says group or individual users wishing to utilize any GPS facility. So I'm fine with it if we strike out individual and just use group, but if in the policy it actually says individual.
The difference would be what is with the policy of, so the outdoor facilities versus like an indoor use, like cafeteria? Because some of those individual users could be in category 4, which is the, for-profit.
Other questions? I mean, are you asking to amend proposed policy that's on the floor?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to amend that we remove the word individual out of the policy. If it's intended for groups.
Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second it.
There's a motion on the floor to amend the policy to strike the word individual from the proposed policy and procedure. Those in favor of the motion as presented, signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay?
Aye.
I vote aye. Strike individuals from the policy. Any other discussion? Yeah, I haven't seen any other discussion before we vote on it.
When you talk about the signs, and you had a lot of good points about, what about signs like, say, you said it's, a group and it's sponsorship. I guess the question is, we've never heard anything in the past, correct, about it? Anybody, concerned, right? I haven't heard anything. Has any other board members heard anything about that part of it that Tom brought up? It was good points, but I haven't heard.
I've never heard any complaints about it. I just,
Yes, you're right.
I guess it just struck me as why do we need it, but if it's worked, leave it alone. Any other discussion? Okay, there's a motion on the floor, seconded, that we adopt, KG use of school facilities policy with that amendment that we passed. Those in favor, signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay? It is passed. And the next one is energy conservation policy and procedure action. Pardon me? Oh, it's 7 for public comment, I'm sorry. Mr. Henderson? Thank you. Let me read, script first. Dear County Board of Education, please receive comments and ideas from our public pertaining to policy, procedures, and/or practices of the school system. We ask that comments be limited to a maximum time of 3 minutes per individual unless otherwise considered by the board president. There will be no discussion or action taken in this meeting, but may be considered at a future meeting. Issues that are specific to individual employees should be referred to the immediate supervisors for appropriate consideration and review. Rude, slanderous, or threatening remarks or other behavior that is disruptive or interferes with the order of the meeting is not permitted. So, Mr. Henderson, thank you for coming. Your topic is on Broadford Elementary, and we will start the 3-minute clock when you're ready to speak.
Okay. To the board, thank you for the opportunity. Nothing here is said is intended to denigrate anyone on the board of the administration. All have been professional and courteous in every interaction. When speaking, IAC refers to Maryland Interagency on School Construction. COMAR refers to Code of Maryland Regulation. School Board refers to Garrett County Board of Education Act at the time of administration. The Broadford Middle School project, just a matter of numbers for discussion and consideration. The plan for the Broadford Southern Middle School of pre-K along with education that has been proposed needs to be reconsidered in its entirety. According to the Garrett County BOE, Broadford has 520 students in attendance. The IAC reports 560 students attending for the current year. April report to the Bureau of Education, Broadford school plan was that Southern Middle School has 92,000 square feet and could house 850 students. The additional staff and support personnel is implied. This would bring totals in excess of 900 persons. This cannot be, as there is a sign in the hallway that by order of the state of Maryland, not more than 649 persons at any time could occupy the building. This would include students, staff, teachers, support personnel, visitors, vendors, and that can be in the building at any given time. The current structure cannot support the proposed population. The architects have been made aware of this fact. Portable classrooms are not to be included in the SRC or the IAC. Middle school students are proposed to be removed from one school to be transferred to an area of the Southern High School that fails to meet IAC minimum standards per COMAR. Students have complained about lack of air conditioning and rooms being cold in the winter at the high school. The current CIP proposes adding air conditioning at some years in the future. Cost of this Broadford project, as proposed on the current capital improvement program, is $42,900,000. With blueprint support, it would come down to $4,900,000. Broadford Elementary could be replaced with a new school foundation and roof at an approximate cost of about $28,542,000. With blueprint support, the cost would be $2,854,000 to the county. That's less than 5% of the current annual budget. Route 40 school in similar fashion could be replaced at the same time at an estimated cost with blueprint support for about $786,964. The current CIP schedules $1 million for the roof and $600,000 for a boiler. Potential exists for a new school at half the cost for the repairs of an old school. The student population, the county experienced good growth until 2010. Between 2010 and 2020, the school system lost 599 students. The county lost 1,299. 725 of the 1,299 left the county within 48 months of closing Bloomington, Kinsmore, and Bennett Road. The state of Maryland Department projections as of September 2021 for Garrett County students, I'm going to skip through here.
Yeah, I need you to wrap up here in about 30 seconds.
Okay, in that case, I'll skip on down. The RISE plan, the 2017 reported no private schools in Garrett County. Now there are 4 of them with several hundred homeschoolers. The relationship between real estate and schools cannot be overstated. The numbers of people that leave the county are easily counted. The numbers that are discouraged from moving here cannot be counted. What is a certainty is that the population has been declining. The current proposal for shutting down schools over all sections will add to that matter. Aurora School in Preston County, West Virginia, is a match for our elementary schools in almost every respect. The consolidated high school in Kingwood is not as highly rated. Now comes the current proposal that we should consolidate our middle school and high schools similar to West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Appreciate your insight as to our school system. Okay, that was the only person I think we had.
Address the board, please, sir.
Pardon me?
May I address the board?
We need your signature. Sure. And we need what you want to address the board about.
Sure.
You have to have that for public records. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Smith. Smith wants to speak about the school calendar.
Yes, thank you. My name is Klaus Schmidt. I live in McHenry, Maryland. I have 2 high schoolers, a rising junior, rising senior. And this past winter, I had the opportunity and the privilege to be part of the school calendar committee, along with a number of very dedicated professionals from the school, from the central office, from the public school system, and from teachers that were there. I was very impressed by the knowledge that they brought to the meeting and by their focus on the quality of the education that our children get here. So my hats off to that staff that was part of those meetings that were over February and March led by Dr. Wilson. So as you may be aware, that we had very extensive conversations, a lot of discussion on the school calendar that was ultimately recommended to the school board. And to my knowledge, in the end, it was a nearly unanimous decision, if not unanimous, as far as what the committee recommended to you all. In April, after you made your decision to reject that calendar and adopt a different calendar, I was quite surprised and quite frankly a little bit shocked that you wouldn't take the recommendation from this very successful group of folks that came together, putting the parents aside, just the core staff that was there that really thought through every aspect of the calendar. So my request to you is very simple. If you would please provide, in the interest of this transparency and decision-making, what additional things you considered into rejecting that calendar and adopting the alternative post-Labor Day calendar. What are the discussions, data, information, input from external organizations that you may have considered into making the decision, so we can all better understand as to why you did not adopt the recommended calendar. Thank you. And thank you all for your service to our children and to the education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next policy procedure item is ECFA, Energy Conservation Policy and Procedure. It's an action item. Ms. Wloski?
Yeah, I'm here tonight to request approval of the energy policy. Maryland Code of Education Article 5-312.1 of 2021 requires each Maryland school district to adopt or update, and our case updating, an energy policy beginning July 1st, 2022. A template was provided through the Interagency of School Construction, along with the Maryland Energy Administration and the Maryland Department of Environment to do so. So I put the policy together based on the template they provided. I'm here tonight for approval.
Okay. Superintendent has indicated ECFA, Energy Conservation Policy, an action item. Her recommendation is to approve the policy, the lines the state guidance and their requirements. This was emailed to the board in advance. and she has received no questions as of tonight concerning the policy. Is there a motion to move forward? Motion to approve by Matthew, second by Rodney. We can have discussion. Questions that you might have about the ECFA energy conservation policy. Monica?
This, I mean, it's new, like this is our first year, but it's also an action item, am I correct? And you said because we have to have it, the paper says, July 1, is that correct?
Yeah, I interpret this as beginning on July 1. I don't know if that means it's effective July 1, just taking that word there.
Okay. Well, one thing, like, I know we have the Johnson controls, like that's supposed to, what, use less water to flush toilets because they hold less water,
Energy conservation.
yeah. So does that kind of fall under this?
Yes.
That we're doing that, like the light bulbs are different, we have different fixtures, whether it be halogen light bulbs or something, the bathroom sinks have less water, so.
Yeah, all those different programs would fall under this policy. I remind you, we did all the lighting initiative these past 2 years, was replacing all of our lights. As part of the Grantsville, but we're always looking for ways to be more energy efficient or conserve energy. And this policy is designed to encompass all those things that we should try to do every day here at County.
When I was just reading it, like there's a lot of new thread for wording to it. Procedure, and you go to C, responsibilities, number 4. In the sentence, it says supervisor makes the projects will ensure all local and state capital improvement projects are in compliance with all applicable federal, state, and local energy conservation regulations. I didn't know there was local energy conservation regulations, so I looked it up. So it was established in August 2022 by Governor O'Malley, and it says all this. So I wasn't sure what it was. I looked to see what it was if we have it in our wording. And then, like, when you go under goals, number 5, for the 21st Century Schools Facilities Act of 2018, new schools will be constructed. Like, I guess some of this wording is coming from what they're saying that we need to have in here, because we're not actually constructing any schools right now, correct?
Right, but if we would need to be in compliance with this.
Okay.
And a lot of the funding for new schools now comes right along with being certified.
Okay.
I think it's a silver level, I believe.
And one further in that, number 5, it says renovated buildings will be planned to include sustainable initiatives and construction operations when feasible. So, renovated buildings, so discussion of raising realignment, possibly the pre-K through 6 to 1 building. Would fall under there, sustainable initiatives?
Absolutely.
So like what would be an example of sustainable initiatives?
Like we're doing at Grantsville, we're doing a lot of things with the lighting. That's part of it, to be sustainable. Water, new electric service. We're replacing old systems to make them more energy efficient, just to be sustainable for the long run.
Okay. And then under the reporting, D, it says 1, by October 1, 2022, submit to the IAC an annually thereafter reporting template that contains historical electricity usage data issued on January 3, 2022, in accordance with Maryland Code Educational Article and has a number. So, I know before in the past, Ms. Seabolt and I have asked, like, the Johnson Controls to stay with electric. And like when we'd asked before about, can we see it, said it really wasn't, it was hard, couldn't really show us like the savings, like I remember. So how, when we were told that we really couldn't see the savings, how can we, is there a different measure or program or something you're using to send to them to show?
Well, what they're asking for is, they're more interested in our consumption of energy and not so much the cost, because you can lower your consumption, but your cost can be, because we can't control the rates.
Right.
So it's really hard to kind of go by that. Going back to your Johnson Controls, it was really hard to break it down to, was this specific thing saving this amount of money? Now, Johnson did provide reports as each phase of a follow-up, and they documented that it met their goals. But that was just part of what the program was they were to do at the end of the program. Yeah.
So like the electricity usage, because isn't some of our, heating, like, what is it, you can go to his computer and you can control, like, turn it down at night for the temperature, certain times, like even the board, we say really a board meeting, we can tell it's cool down in here,
Yes.
right? So,
This is specific to electricity, and, you know, we track our monthly electric bills, so we can tell what our consumption is. So the idea is that year over year, we should be using less electricity. They're really focused on electricity, the petroleum days, and that they're kind of phasing that away from us, in terms of school construction. Everything seems to be pointing towards electricity. So we've got to be looking at renewables and solar and all those kind of things to meet some of these goals. They just want to make sure that we're making an effort to lower our consumption year over year.
but by turning the controls down when no one's in the building, that
That's
is
part of it.
part of showing we're using less
That's part of it.
electricity usage.
Yeah, turn the lights off and just being good stewards in the building, all those kind of things. Closing doors.
Sorry, no, I have two questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Just a question, are the temperatures actually, and it's not in the red section, it's the section, but the temperatures are correct there, 78 degrees, you can't turn the cooling system down less than 78 degrees? And the heat can't be on higher than 65 degrees? And also, in one of the letters, it actually says to cool a room, you need to open a door, which is actually for our safety procedures, can't be done during classroom time.
Yeah, the heating is in the black, that's the old.
Yeah, it's old.
Yeah, right, but it hasn't
Make sure
been
it's so
changed.
accurate. because-
You're right, it hasn't been changed.
I meant to delete that, to be honest with you.
It's okay. As long as we're not following that, I'm comfortable with that. I'm good, as long as we're not following it, yeah.
I think before we adopt, we
That's
should.
in the policy though, right? That's the procedure.
This is the procedure, yeah.
So they can update that, they can update that.
Yeah.
And I can update that.
Oh,
Yeah.
It sounds like my six glasses 78 degrees.
Okay.
They can update that.
Yeah,
We'll send it out after.
yeah. Maybe keep the door open.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Anyone about the policy?
I guess mine is just more, past practices that are concerned, I think I said there were another ones not too long ago. Is in the past, normally we get the policy procedures for 1 month, the first few. Not that we got a lot of comments, but we put on the website, and it was out from one meeting to the next if we had any comments, and then second, if we had anything that they needed to research, look up, I know it does go to the policy procedure committee, but for the board members that aren't on the policy procedure committee. And then the following month, you get it for your second view as an action item. And I believe we didn't have this one, I mean, we did get the email, but I believe it wasn't, a first few last month, correct? This is our first few this month, and then it's an action item the same month. So that's just a concern. I mean, I see you have one here. Under the Maryland Annotated Code, requires each Maryland school district to adopt or update a school district energy policy beginning on July 1, 2022. So I see on the bottom of it, it has February 2022, then February. Not when we got it, but when this apparently went out. So it's just, I think it's important that we have them and then have the first view and second view. That's my thought.
I think the problem with this was due July 1st.
Yeah.
So it had to be done.
Right, but the next part, piece of it, found out February 28th, that it was due July 1. So I'm thinking maybe we could have got it April or May, you know what I mean?
Right, but I'm not gonna give it,
Yeah.
we had meetings and multiple meetings, there was a lot of pushback from jurisdictions on this. We had some webinars with them, just because it's a lot of the, when these agencies are telling LEAs to do things, there's always this, we don't do it that way, those kind of things. But really, I was kind of waiting to kind of get through to see if they issued any kind of directives to make any kind of changes. But I'll do my best next time to get it here in a timely manner.
I think we ought to adopt this because that's, the July 1st. deadline, but I think we might have to revisit it in the future because there's energy legislation that went through this year.
Yes.
And was passed, and then we'll have to review that and see how that fits into this.
Yes.
So there might be an opportunity for, another review of it.
Right.
And
And then,
we have to do it every 3 years too for the,
yeah. And I see under the local, energy conservation, it says there's 5 major components, which is what you were saying, electricity, the fuel oil, / natural gas, propane, and water sewage. So what about the water sewage part of it? Do they look at our use? Is that just the county level, not with the MS or the,
that's the county level.
okay, so the water sewage has nothing to do with the IAC part of it?
No, well, that's all gonna tie back to your water usage also.
I mean, that's part of this?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So that would be less water in the sinks and the toilets.
Sure.
Anything else? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Second, that we adopt ECFA energy conservation policy as presented. Those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. And it is adopted unanimously. Ethics policy and procedures is a revision. It's going to be presented by Dr. Wilson.
Good evening. Good evening.
In March, Mrs. Baker was notified by the State Ethics Commission that we are required to amend our ethics policy and actually followed House Bill 363 and House Bill 1058 in the General Assembly. And those changes were to include new conflict of interest provisions and additional disclosures that may be incorporated, that must be incorporated into the ethics policy. In April, changes were submitted to the State Ethics Commission to review the changes. So this evening, you have the changes that were submitted to them for their review. Because again, it's so specific to the State Ethics Commission, what they asked for, it was outlined. They felt that what revisions we had in these policies will work with your approval, okay? So the first thing is in BC ethics policy, there was an added statement to explain what the policy is and the authority the Board of Ed has to ensure the highest level of public confidence and maintaining the board members and officials with an ethics policy. Are there any changes or any questions that you have for policy BC?
Has our committee stayed stagnant, same people?
The committee only meets unless it's an issue.
Right.
So it is the same group unless they say they do not want to be on the group, yes.
So it's remained the same for probably many years now.
Well, I think 3.
Yeah, because they're filled with like 1 year, 2 year, 3
Yes.
years.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Any questions on?
Any other questions? It's a revision, it's not an action item, so it doesn't take a recommendation. Any questions about the revisions?
And they already
I
approved.
think it is important, the state's approved it, so.
Yeah.
And they've given us the guidelines of what has to be approved.
As long as the state says it's what they want. Okay, thank you. Our next item is, 2022-23 Food and Nutrition Services bid. It's an action item, by Mr. Jermaine.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here to request approval of the food nutrition services bids.
I think all those were, we all saw them, they're quite extensive. We have a summary list, I think, of all those. Are there any questions by anyone? The reason that some were not awarded was because of
Some,
bread. We have no awards given.
no, we awarded it to Bimbo Foods. We did not award it to Schmidt or
Nichols?
the Bimbo bid was the best bid.
Yeah, okay.
So there were some companies that were not awarded items, but we awarded every
Everything.
category. There were some grocery items we did not award because the price just went too high. And we will look for alternative items for those items.
So So that means the menu might change a little bit, then, some of the items on it.
There is a recommendation, should do this first, there is a recommendation by the superintendent to the adopt, the service bids.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion amended. Any other discussion items about, Mr. Jermaine's bids? Okay, hearing none, there's a motion on the floor, and a second, those in favor of the bids as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay, and you are finished.
I
Thank
have
you.
one food service question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not to do with the
Oh,
food.
okay, okay, all right.
When school starts in the fall, are we in the summer feeding program? Will it be free, or will we back to costing the students? Do you know?
Currently, everybody, it would be free, paid, and reduced based on your status. So those students who are paid will have to pay full price.
Uh-huh.
Summertime is a different, where we serve meals, we can serve meals for free.
Okay.
School time, we'll go back to free, with paid, and reduced. The state of Maryland has eliminated, they're picking up the tab for the reduced price for our students, so the only collections we'll have are for our paid students.
So, should that be, a little bit to it later, our student handbook? Because I think there was something I questioned last month in our first view on that. About, I think it says about the lunches or something.
You know, John, is there something in the student handbook?
Yeah, we had something about that.
We updated it with the current language.
Okay, with what he just told us?
Yep, he
Okay,
sent me the current language, and
okay,
next year if it switches again, we'll update it again.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Scott. Congratulations on your recent graduate.
Thank you.
Document-based questions, DBQ, supplemental materials, social studies curriculum.
No, she can present.
No, no. I'm sure she is very happy for you to be in that seat.
So I am bringing to you tonight the DBQs. This is the document-based questions. It is a supplemental support in social studies for our elementary program. This is a program that has been used for a number of years in secondary with middle and high. They have found that it aligns very well to the social studies assessment that we give. It focuses a lot on argument writing, which is something that requires, you can see Leah answering, yes. And I think it's important that our students learn how to effectively argue. I think therefore it's not really an argument. And so we're seeing the need to really make sure that they understand social studies. We have not updated our social studies program since 2005. So it is time, and this is a resource to get us through. Until then, we are looking on Thursday at a primary source for elementary, and then we'll be bringing that to you later. But really what this is talking about is students need to think. And I think, well, that's pretty obvious. But responding and thinking aren't always simultaneous. This is really requiring them to practice the thinking skills needed in this content area. Thinking is hard work. So if you're in any of my trainings, you'll see a grimace. I tell people that's because I'm thinking. It really hurts. But, you know, this also requires them to think through their writing. And when you write, that's the highest level of discourse. You are applying what you're doing. And their philosophy is exactly what I'm reading to you, thinking is for everyone. This is based on primary and secondary sources. Primary sources means they came from the time period that we're studying, and they are actual documents produced by people during that period. Secondary sources, that can be a second-person account, someone else's view of what happened. It can also be a later account by a historian or a commenter from comment from a researcher. And then we use this to do the close analysis needed of reading any kind of text. It's interrogation of the document, really starting to analyze, is what I'm reading an authentic text? What is it trying to teach me? Is there bias? You know, bias has been around as long as the human has been writing or speaking. So we're teaching them to start looking at that. And then, of course, the heavy emphasis on argument writing. These lessons are scaffolded. So that means that we give the student extra support. These are called mini cues. I think these ladies would agree we don't want to put elementary through the full IDM or the full DBQ, because it's pretty intense, it does require a lot of work, but this is in preparation for the vertical alignment. And by that, I mean, we need to build that foundation at the elementary level and take it forward to prepare our students to be successful in this realm of their coursework. This is evidence-based argument. So I think, therefore, I need to prove it from what I've got in front of me and the evidence that I can find. It really works on building those paragraphs and essay writing that we know that we need to really emphasize as we're coming back into this endemic. It's the deeper analysis of that document. And the mini-Q lesson plan allows for something they call a hook. It might be a photograph. It might be an interesting article. For the very youngest children, it could be a picture of the farmer's market over here and really looking at the produce and what's produced in our region as far as the geographic area. And then we start working on building the background for the essay, understanding the questions. There's something called pre-bucketing that you'll see in here if you dig into this resource with the online access that was provided in your information and will be on the website. And all that does is something called filling your bucket, building your main idea, preparing for that argument. And then it's the keywords that we're looking at. What is it we're gathering from this piece of evidence? And then, of course, something called a chicken foot, which takes those bucket ideas and puts it into a main idea. That's a very scaffolded approach to supporting students to create that. And then they go from there and they present their essays and they write. Now, you know, for a kindergartner, that is probably either a sentence or a different version of that as we move forward. But then it also has different versions within this document. So if you see the letters EV, you're looking at an enhanced version. If you look at CV, it's a clean version. And then there's the MQ, which is the shortened version, which we need for our littlest students. So when you are looking at the slide, all right, Josh, you're gonna have to help me. This button, I'll just push them off.
One of them work. Eject one off.
Oh, the arrows weren't on. There's why it didn't work. Okay, so then you'll see there are 2 volumes for the elementary level. I'm only going to be submitting the topics that are applicable to elementary in these. These will go to public display. They will be on display at Broadford Elementary School, the Grantsville Northern Middle Campus, and then also at the Ruth Enlow Library here in Oakland to allow people access in the evenings in case they can't make it to the schools during the daytime. And then I will bring this back to you next month for approval. This was a resource that was highly recommended by our lead social studies teachers. And as we're moving forward, building the capacity of those lead teachers to create the shell courses, this is a resource that they'll be able to put into play. And we plan to, if this is adopted in July, to bring that into our August training with those teachers and start really pulling this apart to decide which components go with which grade level. When you're looking at some of the topics there, why should we protect the wolf? An early American diary. Should your town ban the sales of plastic water bottles? That's a big discussion in student council. It's not just an elementary discussion. And then that's volume 1. Volume 2 has things like the Oregon Trail. Is the coyote a good role model? There might be an interesting discussion with our farmers. And what caused the Dust Bowl? So you can see, and then of course more currently, how do we remember 9/11? The new social studies framework is aligned. This is based on some of the topics you'll see in there because it does bring us into some current events as well. Any questions?
No, it's a pet social studies teacher, it's about time.
You tell me, I know. So, you know, these will be...
Changed since 2005.
I know. And our teachers are really struggling with, the framework has changed. So that's why we're going into looking at a full developed version of a resource as well. Yes?
So will this be for the entire school system, or we're going to do these elementary, middle, high?
Middle and high have already been using these for years.
Okay.
I've heard the ladies talk about that. This is really now taking it down to the elementary level and allowing those students to support what we've built into the middle school, and it will be vertically aligned then. So when they get to the middle school, they'll have some concept of how to address a primary and a secondary resource. They'll know the terminology, will build their background knowledge, and hopefully build more capacity as they start to write more formalized arguments in the upper grades.
So like I mean, that's a lot of material right there.
Yes,
So
it
will the
is.
teacher get like, you said they'll have to, if it goes through, train the teachers in August and then they'll figure out what's for what grade level. So that basically is what, pre-K through fifth grade?
So this wouldn't be pre-K. You're
Okay.
gonna hear from Mrs. Ashby about pre-K. That's a
Right.
little different in the alignment of what we do. There are some aspects in here. I could easily see a kindergarten teacher using, in that the kindergarten teacher would be doing a lot of the modeling. But for example, how did the buffaloes shape the Arapaho culture? That's Native Americans. That's right in the fourth grade curriculum. When you're looking at how can your school reduce food waste, that's in grade 3 with community. So there are aspects when you're looking at this. You know, I know Mr. Van Sickle and Mr. Paul are going to take me home and read them tonight. They did promise to give me a full report in the morning. Not really, I'm kidding. But there's a lot of content in here. And when I say this is a lesson, I don't mean a day. This can take 4 to 5 to 8 days to do if you use all the resources from one component. So it's pretty intense in what they do. It's a lot of supporting the students through their learning, but then gradual release, allowing them to start to fly a little bit on their own.
So is this in our budget that was just, to pay for the curriculum?
And the other one that I spoke of is Maryland Leap. That's the grant.
Mm-hmm.
So our budget for this will cover this. We had put that into the proposal. That was sent to Mrs. Schweitzer back in February or whatever that was when we did all of that. So that is already incorporated. And this is a pretty low cost in comparison to most things. This is to help us along to make sure that we are aligned to what the middle and the high school need. And then also we'll give the teachers something to start with. This is the direction the state is going with curriculum. Is the C3 framework, which is what it's based on, the Maryland framework, really looks at this process of really digging deep into a topic, analyzing it, instead of trying to cover all of U.S. history, because I don't have enough time,
Right.
even with 14 years of school. So that's what, hopefully it will help the students to learn how to really analyze a resource and recognize the validity or perhaps the bias involved in it.
Is there like an online version with that too?
Not for elementary, we went with this because our desire is to one of each of these for each school, but our lead teachers will be using these to guide the instruction. So you wouldn't put this in a fifth grade classroom. We're going to look at, how this will be divided up according to the topics, like I gave you some examples, across K through 5.
I guess my last question is going to be, when will this students have like, I guess not, it won't be consumable. Teacher might have to print something for them, correct? Or,
There are, so if you want to look at these, I'll leave these here this evening and pick them up tomorrow for display. But you can see in the back, with the way this is designed, I'll just pull out this last one on 9/11. Now, we would not want to make this many copies, but you could put this out for students in groups to look at some of these resources. They're very colorful. You could also choose to put this on the photocopier and put it right into their Schoology. Now they have a nice colored copy that they can enlarge in if they need to, and it's right in Schoology. Everybody has access. It goes right on the copier. You download it as a PDF, and you're good to go. And then there are documents in here, too, that are paper pencil that the teacher may elect to make copies of. They're permitted to do that. So if you have a writing assignment and one of the graphic organizers in here that is used for writing, such as something like this component where you see there's an introduction and there are some lines. It was a day that on September 11th, there are some story summaries in here. So that could be something they choose to copy. It could be something as little as you see on this page could be in Schoology, and they could just start writing on their own paper and start that process as well. It's just going to depend on the needs of the child, because some children will need this, some children will just want to write.
So there's that many opportunities and options in there.
Absolutely.
That's what we want.
And there are, sometimes there are 4 documents within one topic. The teacher may elect only to use 2. It depends on how extensive they want to go into the unit and the age of the child.
Other questions? First opportunity to look at that. Great plan of letting a lot of people represent. Is that you, Mrs. Baker?
That's Graham Park.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Mrs. Baker.
Yeah, I'm still here. I've been here. I'm still here, but yes, I think that was Grim and Parker coming on.
We heard some dings and thought maybe you were dinging us. Superintendent Baker has asked that I make a change in, the order of, presentations. She's asked that I go ahead and move down to continuing business, Southern Middle School feasibility study, renovation progress report by Graham Parker. They've asked to, be moved forward. If we would do that for them, so we'll honor that request.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Mrs. Ashby.
You're fine.
I had let Mrs. Ashby know.
Okay, good evening. We have two representatives here from Grimmett Parker to give us an update on the educational specification and schematic design process for the Southern Middle School and Southern High School projects. So to my left is Mr. David Wolf, and online, or on the phone, correct? Yes. Ms. Laura Smiles, who are the two lead individuals from Grimmett Parker on the project. All right.
Little technology things here we gotta do. Okay, so first and foremost, again, I'm David Wolf of Grimmett Parker Architects. I'm really excited to be here, and I'm very honored that you've had me to present the progress report for the educational specifications and schematic design for the Southern Middle School and Southern High School project. We're going to try to breeze through the presentation to some degree, so that we would like to hold questions and answers to the end if that's possible. If not, perfectly okay to interrupt. Okay, so this is our team. Grimmett Parker Architects, we're celebrating 50 years this year, so that's a big thing to be proud of. The principal in charge is Mr. Paul Clee, myself, David Wolf, project manager, and Laura Smiles, who is attending virtually. She's on the line as project architect and educational planner. Grimmett Parker is ranked 3 nationally in K-12 design, so we've got a lot of experience. 90 plus elementary schools, 20 plus ed sects and programs, and 50 plus high schools. Laura, if you would like to discuss the schedule, I'm going to turn it over to you briefly.
Sure. Hi, guys. I just want to echo Dave's comments. Thank you guys so much for having us and swapping around the schedule. That was really nice and such a pleasure. So we're going to sort of navigate from this schedule here. You know, when we got into the project, we recognized that we were writing educational specifications and also doing schematic at the same time. So what we did is kind of layer those activities together to be able to get through things quickly but methodically to be able to meet the deadline. So where we are right now, you can see the red arrow at the top. We're sort of, you know, in the mid part of June. We're wrapping up some of our activities, and we just wanted to give you a progress report of where we are and answer any questions you guys might have so far. So where we first started, something really great about this project and is really unique is, you know, if you're thinking about everybody that will be affected, you're affecting everyone who is maybe 3 years old all the way up to graduation. So that's a really huge swing. We really admire that approach of what you guys are trying to do with these two projects. So what we did together is design a process that would be really transparent, very inclusive. We know that's a huge priority for you guys. And also something that's really methodical. You know, we're really going to try to explore all the options, be really extremely fiscally sound so that we know that we're making the right choice with the funds that are being allocated for this project. So we're going to go through some of those specifically about what we've been doing so far. So the first is we had a bunch of visioning sessions and we focused on these questions right here. The first we did an elementary school and a middle school vision session, and it was attended by everyone. It was attended by educators, facilities, admin, parents. Some of their parents took their vacation days and spent the entire day with us and really explored some things together. And it was also completely open to the public, so we got a lot of great feedback there. The next thing we did is we did a high school visioning session, so really focusing on moving 7th and 8th grade to high school. What are the opportunities there? Well, also, what are maybe some of the challenges that we might face, and kind of head off by kind of designing our spaces more mindfully. And again, those were attended by you know, admin, educators, parents. Again, special education parents were able to join us, which was also a really unique perspective. The last part of that would be a community visioning session. So that's where we kind of brought everybody together and we discussed all the projects at once and really dug into some nitty gritty, which is exactly what we see with our other clients. You know, you guys have a really active community, and we're really grateful for the questions and the prompts. You know, we're not afraid of those tough questions. We really want to explore those things with you guys because it's important. The next thing we did, so that's kind of like the visioning stuff, a little bit deeper, is we went for user groups. So that's where we really deep dive into instructional spaces, admin spaces, health suite. You know, we're really looking at everything to make sure that the building has the right spaces and also functions the way they need to to kind of adjust to this alignment. The other thing we did is we created offline engagement. If we know anything, certainly after the pandemic, is educators and parents are completely tapped and have almost no bandwidth to engage exactly when we need them to. So we put online forums so people could answer these same questions and give that feedback. And we've also folded that into all of the work that we've done so far. So here are some of the questions, again, kind of focusing on success, values, these are existing communities. How do we bring that in going forward? Innovation, what are the opportunities with something like this? And then also questions about student success, but also faculty and staff. These are places to learn, but also places to work and serve your community. And we want to be kind of visioning with you guys what that means. So Dave, you want to go to the next one? So we just wanted to cover some of the feedback we've gotten so far. So these are, what you see on the left here are, we just write everything down, as a group. So we kind of put those up here. Some things we heard were we wanted spaces that make all students feel like they matter. That's really visionary and makes us feel good. Of course, maximizing space that add long-term value to students and community. How are we looking at every single square foot, and that can honor students, faculty, and also the community at large, using those spaces after hours, dual uses, workforce training, things like that. Also spaces that support hands-on learning experiences. I love that this was kind of right before us. We're talking about how writing matters and thinking matters. That's exactly what we're talking about here. Spaces that really empower that and encourage students to learn in that way. And also connection to outdoors and daylight. That was something that we heard a lot, which was really encouraging. The setting that you guys are in is incredible, and we want to be able to connect to it and really encourage students to engage with that in a new way. And that means, connection visually to daylight, and just really, kind of loving the sites that they're on right now. So go ahead. So some of the online feedback that we've gotten, again, sort of just like looping back in. The first is don't overcrowd the school. This is something we've heard a lot, with the consolidation, with kind of moving classes around. I think a lot of people are really concerned that maybe the feeling of students to educators, that relationship might change. And I just wanted you guys to know that we're being really mindful about that. And so are the people that you guys are working with. So that's really great. Again, keeping every teacher's job. That's really important. Nobody wants anybody to lose these jobs in this. And, in other jurisdictions that we work with, that's all a shared concern. I do want to say that, we sort of know that that's a priority, and that's not the vision here. That's not kind of the plan. And you guys can talk more about that, but we just wanted to put some of these things out there. Again, open many opportunities to streamline kids in a pathway of interest. That's like really, that's a direct quote, sorry. So it's a little hard for me to run over. I think this one's really important. I think especially kind of students with those authentic hands-on experience, especially working on kind of being career focused, kind of career readiness, giving students access, 7th to 8th graders access to those sort of resources can really light a fire for passion for them and really kind of encourage lifelong success, which is really exciting. Go ahead. So the next thing we do is we do something called model play, and that's where we cut out, we create little pieces of program that like little sizes of rooms that are to scale, and we let you guys kind of cut loose and figure out where these might go in the building. We learn a lot about adjacencies, what you're really prioritizing, what you don't need in a building. Some people like rip stuff up, right? Other stuff like that's dumb, we're doing something else. And that's really great. All of that is really great feedback. So that we just took that time to explore together. And again, this was, educators, people from facilities, these are parents, everybody really got their hands on it. And then kind of, we did 2 different groups, and they were able to come up with 2 different schemes, and then we shared that with each other. So go to the next slide, Dave. So here's some of the stuff we heard. Here's some pictures of that. And again, we can kind of give all you guys all this information and be able to share it. I know we're running over this stuff quickly. The first is pulling admin to the front of the school, giving them more kind of a secure and a visibility from a supervision standpoint was really important. And we have a lot of opportunity there. So that makes us really excited. The other one is more community space, figuring out where those might be in the building to encourage security. That was another big one. Also keeping the library at the heart of the school. That's a really energized space. It's a lot of good resources, and people really like it the way that it is. And so we wanted to really carry that forward as we look at the new school. Go ahead. So all of that feedback, all of that visioning, all of, kind of everything that we've heard so far, we use that to define what we say is our guiding principles. And this is kind of, a list of things right here, but this is not something that's going to stop at this phase of the project. This is something that we're going to look at as a touchstone for the rest of the project through design documents, through construction. As long as we're sort of meeting these guidelines, we know that we're sort of yoked in the right part, and we know that our solutions will be the right one. So the first one is added value. That's one of the very first things that I heard when I spoke with one of you guys. Not only added value for your students, but also value for your parents and your community. How are we looking at everything that we're doing, every space, every kind of new idea here? How can it add value to everybody that's involved? The next is quality of environment. We know the learning outcomes can be shifted by a really quality of environment for students, and everybody is really sensitive to that, and we want to make sure that we're delivering something that can really honor that. The next is community and student support. Schools are really on the hook for a lot of support now for students to really be able to meet their needs. And we know that layering in parent and community support into that education is really a way to achieve student success. And that's something that we're looking to achieve here, not only with kind of offering spaces that support students, but also ways for the community to be using that space, which we know is really important. The next is belonging and safety. When we think about school safety, and of course it's on our hearts and minds right now, it's really about two things. One is about creating a space that our students don't feel anonymous, they feel known, they feel like they belong, they feel like it's for them. And that's something that is, we're really, really easy to kind of attach to. We just know exactly what that feels like. Everybody's picturing something in their head that does that. The other one is safety. It is cameras, it is locks, it is all the doors, it's all those things, but really those things need to come together to create a safe environment, and we want to be really mindful about that as we go through all of these projects really from top to bottom. The next is college and career readiness. This aligns really well with the blueprint for Maryland, so that's something that was really great for us to hear, but just the approach that you guys take to specifically meeting all students, no matter where they are, about college and career readiness, and about potential partnerships with businesses in the community to be able to offer that real hands-on experience was really inspiring, and we just wanted to put it in here so that we don't lose track of that. And the last is collaboration. I mean, that might go without saying, but like none of these things can be done if we don't collaborate about every part of this through every step of the process. So really kind of going back to that inclusive process, making sure everybody has a really meaningful way to contribute the way they want to this process is really important. So we wanted to include collaboration there. So Dave?
Okay, so thank you, Laura, for that. The Southern PK through 6, I'm going to go through first. So we'll focus on what is currently the middle school and then move to the high school. The program at a glance is 40 classrooms, 6 special ed classrooms, 2 collaboration areas, 2 STEM labs, a cafeteria, 1 community Judy center, 2 gymnasiums, 1 media center, 1 makerspace, 1 art room, 1 performance platform, and then 2 music rooms. Of course, there's going to be some other ancillary spaces, but this is the big picture stuff. So we're taking a look back at the Southern Middle School and Broadfield Elementary School site at this point right now. I just want to point out a few things that we've heard from the community members and things we've heard from teachers and students that are somewhat challenges. One of which is the exit and enter off of Broadford Road currently. So that parent drop-off creates some challenges there. I've been in it personally. There are, I circled 3 kind of areas where those challenges become the most problematic, and that's where left-hand turns interfere with other left-hand turns. So you can't necessarily do that very successfully. Now another challenge is at the bus loop and off of Harvey Winters Road. One good thing about it is that cars and buses are separated very well, so that's great. We always try to do that. But the buses have to park parallel to the curb, and the students have to exit the bus and a lot of times travel through the elements, and we all live in Garrett County, so we know what that's like to get to the main entrance. So third is the admin suite is very much buried inside the building, which they have to rely on cameras to see the site. Okay. I almost told myself next slide. So next I'm looking at a conceptual site plan here. This is a quick drawing of what the site plan could be. You see the pink outline where the elementary school used to be. If you can see my mouse, you can. Okay, great. And what we're doing is taking an enter-only off of Broadford Road. We're going to have a new parent-teacher drop-off surrounding an internal parking lot, because we also know that when cars are pulling out of their parking spaces, that interferes with cars trying to flow through. So then that would be a one-way road all the way through to a new loop road that would connect up to Harvey Winters on the north. So that would be the exit of that site. A few more things to point out here is the bus loop. We've expanded the staff parking lot in this scheme. This is just a concept still, and to include 125 spaces for the need. 15 bus parking. We've reoriented the bus so it's more of a chevron, which means they pull in at an angle. Bus parking, and then there might be a new canopy coming from the building that would allow the students to get immediately off the bus, under the weather, out of the elements, and straight into the school. Another thing to point out here is IAC, as we work through this process, is going to be asking about future expansion. So things to consider would be those, maybe these little brown boxes that might start to fill in some of that future expansion. There might also be one here. Okay, so as we're moving through this process, we're always thinking fiscally responsible, right? So one of the things we're taking a very far step back at is looking at what elements within the building might be things that want to stay in place, that don't make sense to move, as far as infrastructure, plumbing, et cetera. So we want to make sure we make the right moves in the best economical way possible. So things like the cafeteria, the kitchen, the building services, gym support, the gymnasium, the aux gym, those things might stay located where they are, and we might try to work around them. Even the corridors might be load-bearing in firewalls. So those are things we have to consider. Okay, so a quick kind of zoning approach to this diagram. We've started to take a look at, a number of very beneficial things that we could enhance. One would be, the main one here would be moving the admin to the front for that safety, security, and supervision of the site. So that's the first. Second might be pairing the Judy Center with the other community spaces of the building, such as the gymnasium, for during and after hours use of the school. Okay, so there might be a separate community entrance where that function can take place and not interfere with the remainder of the school, making people walk the entire way through the school. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Internally, might be the specials and the enrichment spaces, like the media center that Laura touched on, the arts room, the music room, those kinds of spaces that would be shared and accessible from both the academic areas. Now, the academic areas are currently shown on the north and south of the site, and they might be zoned something like PK through 2 or 3, and then 4 through 6 on the south. So we might be looking at it as a rotation as you move through the school. Yes, sir.
On the academic areas, just a big area. So, I mean, it'll be interesting. One of the problems with Southern Middle right now is it's a maze in there where the classrooms are, and you could get confused if there was an emergency to be able to get out to the hallways and outside. So, I don't see how you planned on doing the classrooms in there so that you have access to hallways for every classroom or access to the outside for every classroom.
Certainly. So we have already taken a stab at how those things shake out, like the spaces themselves. Right now, we're just showing big diagrams, right? This big block. But we will be considering that, direct access to the outside, direct access to the main corridor. And we've already kind of worked through the puzzle slightly. In the next steps, we will show you more. All right? Great. Okay, so now moving on to the high school. So the big thing here is 7th and 8th grade students moving to the high school, right? So it becomes 7 through 12. We walked the high school with members of the team, Rich included, and we started to take a hard look at the spaces and their utilization. How underutilized might they be? Are there vacant spaces? And I can tell you there are. And, starting to take a hard look at how those spaces, the 7th and 8th graders might benefit from some of those areas. So the 7th and 8th grade program, 16 classrooms, 2 collaboration spaces, 2 7th grade restrooms, 1 decentralized admin office, 2 STARS classrooms, 4 inclusion classrooms, 1 technical education lab, 1 fine arts lab, and 1 makerspace. So we went in and we started taking, we got the existing floor plan. This is what it currently is, color-coded per department. This is where we found underutilization. So the red spaces identify vacant spaces that currently are not being used. The blue spaces identify spaces that either are underutilized or could potentially be altered to have additional utilization. So here's where we landed. This is the first floor still. The rectangle on the right identifies what could be considered the 8th grade wing, right? So most of the 8th grade spaces, general education spaces, are located within that rectangle. And they have direct access to the cafeteria, direct access to the gymnasium. So they don't have to go wander through the entire school just to get to certain spaces. ALO would be a certain, we would just need to modify that space to meet the needs of the 7th and 8th grade students that would be coming in. And then the tech ed lab, which we probably want to have adjacent to the current tech ed lab for synergies. And then there are some science labs that would also be adjacent to the current science areas for those kinds of synergies. So moving on to the second floor. Again, color coded, this is just the existing conditions plan. Like, what is it currently being used for? The next slide shows the utilization of it. The red identifies vacant, the blue identifies spaces that are either underutilized or could be altered to create additional use. All right, in this diagram, we're showing the proposed situation. 7th grade wing basically is off to the right in that right-hand rectangle. Yes. And then there would be a few other spaces like fine arts, an AP office up there, and private 7th grade restrooms. But they again have direct access down the flight of stairs into the cafeteria and into the gymnasium. So they are somewhat isolated from the remainder of the school. Also on the second floor would be the STARS program for the 7th and 8th grade students, and then, sorry, for the entire school, I guess. And then also there's an opportunity in the upper left for another additional alteration to create an 8th grade science lab, computer science lab. Okay, so next steps. The next steps currently are going to be finalizing the program summary, working with GCPS, with wonderful folks, and developing schematic design options. We would rather provide, various solutions as opposed to just one that we can all react to and provide pros and cons on. Next would be a cost summary. Essentially, that's going to be required for an IOP submission. Then we would do a final draft of this presentation and present it again to you, to the Board of Ed. Lastly, we would be, I'm sorry, that meeting is scheduled for August, I believe. And lastly, the state submission to the IAC slated for October 2022. All right, so everyone, I'm sure is tired of hearing me talk. So I'll open it up for questions and answers.
Okay, sure, yeah, let's start with our student member.
So you mentioned that the 7th grade wing or area is somewhat isolated from the rest of the building. Can you give me an example of when it wouldn't be isolated from other students?
Well, so those students will primarily always be with their teacher, essentially.
Okay.
And in the event when lunch for the rest of the high school is going down through that corridor, there would be, there would be other students going through there. But I don't believe the idea is to completely say, you stay there, it's just more or less
absolutely.
They have a home, right?
Right, okay.
Laura, did you have something to add to that?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Yeah, I think that the goal really was to give them a kit of parts where they don't have to circulate except for to go to gym or to the cafeteria. But otherwise, all of their classrooms, their science, kind of a fine arts lab, their restrooms, everything that they need to do life as a 7th grader is located specifically where it is. And when inclusion wants to happen, where, you might want that to happen, that's in a supervisable, controlled way that you guys would be able to define.
Correct. And I think also to add is that, that whole 7th grade wing, so to speak, again, there's still going to be a corridor there. It's still going to be open.
Yeah.
And it's not like, we don't want them to feel like outsiders.
Yeah, absolutely. I just bring that up since I'm a graduated senior.
Yeah.
And I worry about, 12-year-old students mingling with 18-year-old students. But your plan sounds as though that isn't going to be something that's happening frequent enough
More or less, right? Yeah.
to create issues and that they would be supervised.
Yep.
But that's, yeah.
Okay, yeah, and I think it's also important to point out that, I lost my train of thought. All right, sorry, move on.
That's okay.
Well, what about restrooms? I mean, are they?
Yeah.
Are they gonna be?
That was my next
We
point.
do have separate, that was a very good comment from the community we got, that we do have separate 7th grade restrooms. They will have their own grouped restrooms. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, well, I guess, if a child has to go to the restroom on class, they usually get a pass or something and go out and go to the restroom, right? What would prevent a senior from going in there at the same time?
I mean, it's a great point, and we'll have to consider that as we move through the process.
You know, probably not a big concern, but, you know, some parents would probably be worried about that.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think it's great to bring something like that up. Sorry to jump in, Dave. I mean, again, this is the whole point of really exploring these things fully, is asking questions exactly like that. I think the point of having, their own dedicated space is, again, it goes back to supervision. If a teacher is kind of walking around, you're like, well, you're not a seventh grader. It's very clear that you're not a seventh grader. What are you doing around here? That's sort of just operational, that we need to really flesh out and figure out together.
And on top of that, we also do have a decentralized administrative suite right there next to those two restrooms. So there's going to be supervision. That was a big thing for people that wanted it, needed it.
Very good idea.
Yeah. Plus, they can monitor other students that aren't at the 7th and 8th grades.
What went into the decision of putting the 7th grade on the 2nd floor and the 8th grade on the 1st floor?
That question, yeah.
Yeah, well, essentially, there's more space available there. There's more underutilized space up there, so we want to continue to keep those guys kind of in their own little department, right? So there's essentially more space available on that 2nd floor.
For the 7th graders.
That's correct. Otherwise, we would have to try to, interdisperse them within the general population. I hate to use that term.
We have, back to the pre-K, where you have the Judy Center and entering into those spaces. Will there be ample parking there, and would be a method for those people coming after school at nighttime to park there rather than traverse all the way around the building to get to that entrance?
That's a very good point. I mean, we currently show 70 community spaces, and this was another thing brought up whenever we presented this plan initially, that if there is an event that requires a large amount of parking, we may want to look at more parking on this west side of the site. I mean, specifically for those fields, I've heard that those are underutilized fields because people don't want to walk from the parking lot to get to them. So we might want to consider adding more parking.
Yeah, I think the youth football programs use fields adjoining that now. They don't use those fields any longer.
Soccer still uses those fields for practice, but again, I mean, games are difficult. You have grandparents that go down the deep hill or walking that long distance from the parking lot.
The other thing, David, I wanted to at least mention, I was kind of a little bit surprised there was no outdoor learning space dedicated to the plotted ground there. Gardens, I always thought, even from many years ago, coming down that hill you're talking about, you can dig that out and make an amphitheater there so easily. I mean, easily. It's already there. All you gotta do is.
I like what you're thinking. And we do those kinds of spaces a lot. We just haven't shown them yet on this layer of play. I absolutely love the fact that outdoor learning, especially in Garrett County, I mean, it's not beautiful all the time, but when it is, right? So it's great to get outside.
We've really done a good job at our elementary schools emphasizing outdoor learning.
Okay.
I think that's something we want to continue to really emphasize.
That was also a student comment. We sort of asked them, where do you guys like to learn? And they said they'd really like to be outside. So that's you guys are completely aligned in that way.
Great comment.
Not in Jan.
Exactly. Maybe for sweater items.
Yeah, you're right. Other comments? It's the first time we've seen it. Well, it's been a few days now, but comments?
Yes.
When you had it and we had, different people in the committee, not just central office staff, but some parents, maybe community people, students, I know that they happened in a short time frame, and I was able to come to one meeting for a little while. Did you have a pretty good turnout of the parents and students being able to leave school? Because a lot of them were happening during the day. The turnaround was pretty good for the ones that were on the committee, do you know?
Well, we had 2 parents that were there for 2 days, the entire day. So kudos to those guys. But yeah, we think the turnout was relatively successful, and by doing it, even if it could have been better, let's put it that way, but we had everything online, so there was complete transparency throughout the process, and I think that was in its own right was successful. We got a lot of comments.
And a pitch that all the forms are still active online. So if you have feedback, submit it.
I guess they're not really numbered. You have engagement, model play, you have little green, orange, and purple, must have put little stickers on, yeah, right there.
This,
Yes, on the right side, 1, 2, 3, the fourth one down says less gym lockers, more auxiliary gym space. Why would you recommend less gym lockers? Because I think the way it's been in the past is the student participation gym and getting credit is you have to change your clothes. You have to put on gym clothes, not, you know what I mean, not what you wore to school that day.
So that's a great question. As a qualifier, this is sort of, we didn't make these recommendations. This was kind of the group recommendation. So I don't want you to think that we're saying do less gym lockers, but
So
some
from
people,
elementary, we do not change clothes in elementary.
Right.
So they just have PE class in what they regularly wear, and the parents are sent, let's please wear the appropriate shoes and clothing that day. So that was what we were thinking when we met in this committee. That's a good question, so.
great question. And the fact that the comment about more auxiliary gym spaces, that we know that Garrett County is lack for gym space currently. So if we can help out with that by reducing lockers and adding aux gym space, we're happy to do so.
Okay. It says blue corridor lockers. So normally, I mean, we're talking, what this would be for the pre-K through 6. So where would the students have a place to put, you know, like in the morning you might have your coat, the younger kids a lot of times carry backpacks. So where would it be, like a place designated as a classroom, or what would it be?
For the younger grades, yes, and then for some of the older grades that do circulate, there will be, you know, we could do less lockers, let's say. We don't have to do lockers. It was a comment that one of, you know, somebody made, and it would make the corridors more open. But, you know, a lot of kids have said, and a lot of parents said, the kids don't need them. So that's the only reason that comment was there.
But I also remember hearing, you're right, it would give more space, but what would you need the space for in the hallway? You know what I mean? Like, you're not really gaining a lot of space, I think, from a locker. And
Sure.
the way security does change, there might be a time when the kids might carry a backpack to school, but they might have to go into the locker, the coat might go in the locker, so that might be something you might not really want to consider, especially if it goes through the 7th through 12th grade, to take with lockers, because there might be a time where they have to put them. You might not be able to fit them around where you're going to have to need a locker space.
Absolutely. It's all kind of something that's in the works, let's say. It's not really a done deal.
You know, one of the things that you lose in getting rid of Broadford is you lose a large usable gymnasium. And this would limit it to 1. I know you have the auxiliary gym, but that auxiliary gym is, I've been in it, it's a wrestling room. It's not a gymnasium. So you lose that. To the community is an important thing, because those are used a lot. I mean, they're used every night in the winter. Both of them are. Volleyball, basketball league. So there is a way to incorporate that auxiliary gym into a bigger space that is actually a usable gymnasium space or not. That would be something community question. Community gym spaces, we just lost one.
When Center Road, that was
Lost that one.
big,
Another cry out. Not a lot of people.
Yeah, we can certainly look and see how big we can actually get that space. So I think it's a great idea.
You can pass, I got a few more.
Well, I saw somewhere it said that we're considering putting the stage area in the gymnasium to allow for more people. I don't know where I read that, somewhere.
It's been in consideration.
And I think you have to look at acoustics, that type of thing for the gymnasium, how you're gonna deal with that if you do that, because the sound usually is terrible in a gymnasium.
Certainly, we would probably, you know, have to treat something up in the roof and maybe at the back. It's something we should definitely consider.
Not easy.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's costly.
If you look at your slide, it says Southern Pre-K through 6 program at a glance. First thing I question is, currently our elementary is pre-K through 5th, so you would be adding 6th grade, I guess it'd be the 6th grade from Broadford, I don't know, like how many kids? I had it written down somewhere. So my question is, we have one cafeteria. So does that mean, are we keeping the cafeteria the same size? estimated? So we'd have another lunch shift, or how would we do that?
Again, all things are on the table currently, but the idea would be to keep it the same size as far as an economical standpoint. But again, all things are on the table currently.
These are all, I think, important questions. To make
Absolutely.
sure, because sometimes when you have the kids are in school and you say we're getting out, 12 o'clock dismissal, 1 o'clock dismissal, the weather's bad, and you gotta get the lunch in, right, to be accounted for a half a day credit. So there's just multiple things, like when you consider putting, more kids in the lunch shift or cafeteria, and you have 6 special education classrooms. So currently, I do believe our special education center in Southern End at Yawk Glade. So does this mean that it'll be located at this school then and removed from Stock Lake possibly? To have 6, okay. Another concern I have, you have one here is 1 art room, and that would be for the pre-K through 6, correct?
Centrally located.
Right, but I'm just thinking, like, I think, right, we have one art room right now at Rockford, is that correct?
We have 2.
Oh, we have 2. So,
It was 1 space with 2 rooms, from what I remember. Is
we
that
have
correct?
2 teachers
It's a
there.
large art room, so it could be divided.
It's like 2 classrooms.
We have, yes, 2 teachers. So this might be comparable to the size that we have at Broadford then? I'm just thinking we're having more students in there. When I see
So-
1 art room,
Yeah, the intent actually, like, kind of trend wise, statewide is like it's really 2 art rooms, 1 art room, 1 makerspace, and they share their storage and their kiln area. So really, it's just called a makerspace, but it's the art room and the makerspace are designed in the same way with the same kind of equipment to be able to just sponsor art as it might grow or shrink, kind of with teacher availability and things like that. So really, it's more 2 art rooms or 1 art room and 1 makerspace. I just wanted to make that clarification. Sorry.
so would it be an open room, or you would temporarily put a wall up then to make it into 2 rooms?
Can you?
Well, I'm just trying to,
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great question. We could even do like an operable partition between them that it could be fully flexible.
I think if we currently have two art rooms, not talking about the size of them, and you're adding a whole other grade level, you're gonna have 2 art rooms. I don't think you could downsize to 1. I mean, because you have 2 music rooms, which would be what? Music, band, chorus, possibly drama. So, and you said that the maker space would be areas where they count whatever, storage for art supplies. Performance platform, are you referring to a stage? Or what?
That's correct, yeah.
And
We don't call it a stage because of code implications. We just say platform.
Okay, but that's what I was making sure, because you're really wise, for clarification.
Correct.
So currently, at most of our elementary schools, the performance platform is in your cafeteria.
Cafeteria, that's correct.
So you are saying this will be in different locations, it will not be in the cafeteria?
It was one concept we threw around. Again, it doesn't necessarily have to be, but if it did move to the gymnasium, that would free up that whole side of basically the cafeteria wing for more supervision of the site. That was kind of the goal. Let me see if I can't find the plan. Right, so right here is where the stage is, and that's the front of the building, so that's a big blank wall. If we could get more admin in there, that would be beneficial. That was the idea, but it doesn't have to be that. And that's the safety and security standpoint. Right.
And it says the 2 gymnasiums, but as you're referring to, one is actually smaller, the auxiliary gym, the regular.
That's this room, right?
gym.
It's not even as big
Right.
as this room.
Look at those things, right?
Yeah, I was in there. So is that what you're referring to, the smaller, the auxiliary gym and the regular size gym?
Yes.
Because that would be the same way, you'd have as many students, but do we just have 1 gym teacher currently now at Rockford, or we have 2?
They're split between Swan Meadow and Crowland, but there are 2, but they split the days a lot to go to the other schools to serve.
Okay. So let's say, I think they go to Swan Meadow one day, one might go to Crowland one day. So actually, they're both there probably, 4 days a week?
I think it's worked out like 3
3
days
days.
for both there full time.
So we would need to I'm just thinking of the other classroom.
And Monica, when you think about the setup in the gym at Southern Middle, they
Yes.
do have that curtain.
Yes.
So that could be a possibility to have two gym classes taking place at one time.
Right.
Divided, crosswalk.
So then you're saying 2 STEM labs will be for the whole school, pre-K through 6. The collaboration area is for people watching. Can you explain what the collaboration area is?
The collaboration area is essentially like a breakout space for various classrooms to let their students, out and meet, learn from each other, that kind of thing. So it's more or less an open space. Laura, do you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, it's a way to sort of give you flexibility from an education standpoint. Not everything is going to be able to happen in the room. So if you wanted like larger groups and you wanted to have maybe one in your classroom, one out in the collaboration space, it's a way to sort of use less square footage, but more opportunities for more classrooms. Does that make sense?
So it's basically just 2 classrooms that can be used for any purpose for anybody in the school? Or not really? It's not even a classroom?
It's like the half of the size of a classroom, and it would be located off the corridor. So there wouldn't be a door. It would just be sort of accessible to anybody at any time. So it's also kind of offered for like pull-out services, related services. It's really a multi-use area for that purpose.
Okay.
Was there any solar energy discussions?
I mean, it certainly could be. That's a very flat roof up there, right? But at this stage, it's not necessarily. We're really looking at the planning, programming, trying to fit the pieces into the puzzle, so to speak, and but absolutely, it's a great way to go.
I think
Energy
law
efficient.
requires you to consider solar if you're doing new construction. There's some exemptions for, remodeling. But it's still a good
It would
idea.
be, especially as it becomes.
Do we own the field?
We own those fields, yeah. We could put a whole field of solar panels out there, but I'm not saying I want to do that, but we could do that. But certainly I think as we go down this road, if indeed we go down this road, you sort of need to look to see if that is a possibility. There's huge savings over a long period of time.
On the same size. When you're saying 40 classrooms, are they, what like size are they? Are they all about the same size? Are they different size classrooms? Would you say that's the main question?
Completely different. From the lower grades are going to be a little bigger, and then the upper grades are going to be a little smaller. Laura, can you correct me if I'm wrong there?
No, you're absolutely right. Even though the capacities change for all those grade levels, our 3-year-old rooms all the way to kindergarten, those are about 1,000 square feet. And then all the other rooms are about 800 square feet. So that's a standard size classroom versus, for our littles.
And then the smaller grade classrooms like PK, K1 would include toilet rooms as well?
Yes.
I'll have a, okay. And you said that would be pre-K to?
1? PK through 1 toilet rooms?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, we said 3KK, not 1.
No, not 1, sorry.
Okay. So Rich, would you say, what are our average size classrooms here probably? Would they be 1,000 square foot, 800 for elementary? No? Do you, I'm kind of curious. They're smaller than this or bigger or what?
Kind of vary on the school, I mean.
Yeah, all 40 classrooms are large, and I think they're roughly 800.
Yeah.
About 800.
I can tell you the state minimum is 700 for a classroom.
Is that for elementary or?
That's really the state minimum for.
Oh, any grade level?
Essentially,
I'm interested in the future expansion areas. Would be easy to construct onto it, and would it be an expansion of the classroom area, or is it? The purpose of it is to,
So essentially, the IAC, I see where you're coming from. The IAC is going to require us to look at where a future expansion might occur, just as one of their check boxes, right?
Yeah.
So we considered a lot of these areas, like, as we're working through future expansion, we just want to make sure there's access to it. So for instance, if there's a door running out the south of that building, then we can expand on that because we can keep the corridor running through. So that's one area where we can do it. And then the entry over here where the admin is, that's a perfect area to do it because that could be a whole new admin suite or something like essentially. And then the area down below could potentially be additional future expansion. So we're just looking at how the plan will be conducive to that.
And
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry, just also to not disrupt kind of instruction during that time. All of these are really easy to construct without like disrupting the site and things like that. So that's another consideration for the future.
So there's no guidelines on how much future expansion you have to design and use?
No, they don't really have a guideline about that. It's just they sort of want to know that you've thought about it. You know, a couple other jurisdictions may come up with a really great plan, but you know, growth happens and we need to plan for it.
Yeah, I'm hoping it'll happen.
Right.
I'm the only one.
It might happen.
I do, I said I'll babysit more this year.
There's a lot of babies.
When you look at the slides before this, you had the Southern Pre-K existing site, it shows Broadford, it doesn't say it on there, but it's existing elementary school, which is Broadford.
Yep.
And then the one that, Roddy was talking about, that shows your future expansion, it does not show, you have a little dotted line, so what is that? If this is the board's will, that school be tore down, because it doesn't really show it on there, the way you have it lined up for the bus drop and all that, is that accurate to say? That it would be demolished?
Yes. And again, just, it's there so you can put reference to it, right? So you see where the site kind of goes.
Yes.
But also it's a conceptual site plan currently, and that's, you know, that's where we are.
I liked the idea of Southern High School being, help out with the rest of the vocational wings located.
Yes.
I thought that was a really smart move. Probably should have happened in 1990.
3 or 4, whenever that was.
Yeah, and that frees up a lot of space for the seventh graders. That frees up a whole lot of space.
Yeah, it belongs out there. If it's all those vocational programs, yeah.
Right.
On the slide where you said Southern 7 through 12, we walk the high school with members of the team, including Rich. The next slide after that, it's a Southern 7 through 12 program at a glance.
Mhm.
Now, is this, talking about just the 7th grade, that slide?
7th and 8th.
This is 7th and 8th. So you would have 16 classrooms for 7th and 8th.
That's correct.
Okay, it says 2 7th grade restrooms. So where would the 8th grade restrooms be? With the 9th grade, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th?
And as a team, we kind of decided they wouldn't really need their own restrooms, dedicated restrooms, because they're going to be circulating more through the school than the 7th grade.
So they would, that's what I'm saying, they would choose the ones that the remainder of the school would
Yeah.
choose. Okay, so the same thing with them that I asked with the other ones. They would use the gym that everybody else would use, and 7th and 8th would use the gym that 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th is, art room.
There is a dedicated fine arts lab for both 7th and 8th grade, and that will be going to be kind of a scheduling, matter that we need to resolve.
Okay.
On how that one fits both grades.
We have to renovate the locker rooms. The current locker system's real inefficient. We're looking at a concept where the older students will be on one side of the locker room, and then the 7th and 8th would be on the other side when that time comes, when they have to share the space. We talked about that. Currently, the practice at Southern is when the kids come in for PE, they all kind of take a seat and do roll, and then they're actually supervised into the locker room, so that there's constant supervision. So it's not like the kids just all go into the locker room without supervision. So we've taken special consideration in the locker rooms.
Okay. And then Rodney asked a good question earlier. I was wondering the same thing, why you put the 7th graders on the 2nd floor and the 8th graders, on the 1st floor, and you said because it had more space.
The first floor is always, is where the 9th and 12th are.
I'm sorry, the first
The
floor.
9th, and there's more of the rest of the student body on the 1st floor than the 2nd floor, is that right?
I think that's right.
Yeah, because you're not using that second.
Depends on what,
space.
depends on what,
Yeah.
English and social studies more on the 2nd floor, science and math, and science, math wing.
That's correct.
That hallway area.
So it'll be specific labs for the seventh and eighth graders, science labs, that are going to use the common lab.
The classrooms include the science areas as well, so essentially it's a science classroom and a science lab. It's better to be efficient with those kind of spaces than not have two separate spaces.
Quick question on the fine art lab, because I thought one thing we had discussed with the Maryland Blueprint, I know that came out of one of our committees that the eighth grade students would actually get their fine art credit for high school in eighth grade, right? So they actually wouldn't need that space. It would primarily mostly be seventh graders that need that one fine art lab. Everyone's out.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Other questions?
So we'll have a lot more.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, I will provide you guys with my email address, so if you want to ask any more questions or send them right through Rich, and I'm happy to answer more questions.
Let's make sure we have our timeline correct. You're gonna give us an update in July, at the July meeting. We'll have an update of where we are. You're gonna submit to us in August, a final product for us to look at. Rich, we will need that month, and then we'll act until September. Does that give us enough time with commissioners, with IC, with everybody, that we're on a timeline that's gonna be? Yes.
Workable.
Okay. That becomes, ensure that we are on a timeline.
So you said an action item. So in September, we will vote on this, on making it what, pre-K through 6? This other middle school, and put something in Southern High?
If the superintendent makes that recommendation, yes, we would vote on it in September.
So that you will give a presentation to us in August. So maybe for our August meeting, we should consider moving to different locations.
Okay, sure.
And I think it would be good, like several of your slides, I mean, I'm not that old, but some of these are kind of hard to read in the small print. If you could have the bigger ones of them, of what the final recommendation is, and even for people to come and see and have them out for view, I think that's important.
So hard copies.
Yes,
Print it out on
the
video,
poster board,
yeah.
yes, all
That's
of
a great
these,
idea.
showing what you're really doing.
I had to blow them up on my computer.
Yeah. Just make them bigger so I can see what they're talking about.
Hey, on the cost estimate, cost summary, you're looking at those seven, high school and the combined project.
Exactly.
Other questions? Well, David, thank you. Laura, thank you. I would say, Laura, if you need any information on David's younger years in Garrett County, I'll send you my email and phone number.
Y'all, it has been a highlight of this project to hear these things. Keep them coming.
Listen, I can give you a lot of highlights if you want some highlights.
I just thought one more thing. Back in, I have a paper, May 19, 2016, when they was on the Southern Middle School limited renovation. So is this considered a limited renovation, or what's the true thing of it? Because for, like this, it said, like, there were several parts that you could do for limited renovation, which, you know, like having your roof like this, we already did that, if it would be to use Southern Middle School building.
Yes, we are pursuing a limited renovation philosophy with this project, working with the IAC. Because of those things, because some of the spaces we're not touching, the roof's already in place, a lot of the mechanical systems are sound. So that's how we're pursuing it.
To do a limited renovation, do you have to do like so many components? You know what I mean? Like you have to do, say 4 or 5, like on this, like one would be the interior renovation, exterior wall system, gym renovation, air handler upgrade.
Yeah, there's a thing, we have to work off a list I believe they provide.
They do, yeah. They keep track of all of that in the facilities index, and that would be part of our SD submission, is sort of like acknowledging all of those things and then kind of defining the scope of the project.
Okay, and the sanitary line, we did that, that was for Broadford to the middle a while back,
Yes.
correct? That was fixed, so like that was on here, so that's something already been done. So will you then share with us what the limited renovation then would be, the different,
Oh, yeah.
components of it?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, you'll see a scope.
One last question on cost. cost for the demolition of Crawford be included in the cost?
It's a good question. It's not really one I can answer currently. I can definitely get back to you. I mean, that.
I don't know, the question is, it's probably not eligible for state participation, right, or is it?
That's a conversation that will happen with the commissioners. The board, the building would be obviously turned back to them with a conversation that.
We don't necessarily have to do that, though, do we? Unless we choose not to, if we did do it, then, right?
I'd have to work through that one. I don't.
If we decide that we don't want that property anymore. But if we want to keep that property as part of this, we should show them the picture.
Complicated.
That's something that's tough one, so.
Yeah,
Also, because you're schematic.
Because you're actually going onto that property with still Board of Education uses.
I think that's certainly the discussion that we would have to have, some assurances by the commissioners, what are our options before August?
Yeah.
We don't want to do something and then find out they're not gonna agree with us.
They might want to keep the gym there.
Yeah, sure, they may want that building for some reason, I don't know.
They're putting any room on it.
Still a lot of work to it if they want it, but hey, their building.
And also, something I thought, just, last on this. So, Ms. Baker will bring to us in September what her recommendation is on the action. If it is to put, they're bringing us information, the pre-K through 6-1 building, 7 through 12 to the hospital. It'll be school closed, her recommendation, if you put pre-K through 6 in, it looks like according to what you were showing, because we were told we wasn't sure if it'd be Southern Middle or Broadford would be the best building. So from what you're gathering, if the pre-K through 6 happens, Southern Middle is the better of the two buildings to place the students in, correct? It was never actually told that any time. It was discussion, we would need to figure out which one of the two.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Well, there are discussions with the IC when they were here, clearly indicated that was the building that would be most stable. Give money for.
Wow.
Anything else? Well, thank you both. We look forward to seeing you in July. Yep.
Thank you guys so much. Great questions. I really appreciate it.
So we'll reconvene, let's say 10 till.
So I don't think it.
Well.
Right.
Can I still call you Coach Wood?
Thanks for all your work.
I don't know, I don't either. That's a fantastic question. You should figure that out.
You're doing stuff in this community that people dream about for a long time. We'll go back to our original plan. And we will now take a look at, 3 cheers for pre-K.
So we are looking at new curriculum for pre-K, especially with our 3-year-old coming up as well as our 4. They didn't have anything really consistent and they were pulling from different sources. So this puts everything in one source. So we had a committee meet with, it included Head Start, Judy Center, pre-K teachers. We had Mrs. Moss there, Mr. Schultz there, and even one of the math coaches. And after we viewed 3 different vendors they were all vetted, it was a unanimous vote. Everybody in the room voted for this curriculum. So that's why I'm presenting it tonight, and then we'll put it out for the public to view as well. So 3 Cheers for Pre-K is a balanced pre-K program designed for early learners. It includes a balance of academics and play, which is what they're really trying to do so the kids have fun while they learn. The program is research-based. The authorship team has been in pre-K classrooms and knows this age group. The teacher tool includes a professional learning guide that has best practices, differentiation tips, an assessment guide to progress monitor. There are alphabet cards and colorful center signs. And I have some examples in this bag in there if you want to look at them. Okay, so I just skipped through, but that's okay. There's, they have big books. They have, that's the heart of the classroom is story time. So we had the teachers here, that was one thing they really liked was the big books. So they were disappointed that some of the other vetted programs did not include them because that is one of their main sources. So not only does it have the big books with literacy, they have traditional rhymes and fables, but they also have little books that match them for the kids to read. And then they have an additional non-big books with better nonfiction. There are 36 trade books that go along with this, and it's all themed. This allows the teachers to introduce new texts each week of the year. This is the part that really grabbed our attention too. These books are also available digitally in e-book format, and they are available for school as well as home. Parents can do them from home, and we also know that we have a few children who speak Spanish, so they can even hear it read to them in English or Spanish, which is kind of nice. The literature is organized by themes. It includes vocabulary cards and notebooks. They have activity cards to reinforce key skills in 5 minutes or less for each day of the week. The vocabulary cards show real-life images, and in those kits you can see it's really cute. Some of the pictures that really draw into the kids things that they may not see in the area where they grow up, and it helps them identify with it. So the manipulative. So I thought it was kind of funny. They were all excited that some places who never have snow can experience snow. Well, that's not. But they do have many other things in the centers and small groups that the kids can have hands-on activities. Sorry, I skipped through that. It's a balance of academics and play. 3 Cheers help students to prepare for kindergarten with 100% matched for pre-K learning outcomes that will prepare them for kindergarten. They have a daily routine built into it that teachers can use, but they also have the flexibility to switch it up with how they want it. One big part that we liked as a whole committee was the SEL piece, and I was sharing it with Mr. Hummel today, some of the pieces with it. It's a focus with the students. It's embedded in pictures for social and emotional learning skills. And there's one piece in there, and it comes up later in the slide too, that I was showing Mr. Hummel today. It's a chart. When the kids walk in, it kind of has pictures that they can point to if they're mad that day, if they're sad that day, if they're happy, or they're calm, and that way the teacher can kind of start out the day to get them support if they need it. So we like that part. Story time is included with different support for 3-year-old students or students who require extra support. So each, and Mrs. Moss can vouch for this, they had a little EL piece at the bottom that then could go to lower levels to meet the kids at whatever area their needs would be. The literacy circle was another piece that they liked. It is used to build vocabulary, phonemic awareness, alphabet knowledge, and concepts of print.
And then the math is also included, and they even have circle time with that, with instruction on counting, number sense, shapes, preparing students for kindergarten. And the math circle, one of the research-based parts that I really liked, that I think is needed, is it engages them every day, it develops them, and then they have practice time with what they're learning. The core includes, which Mrs. Moss was glad, science, social studies, health, and fine arts, because often in pre-K, that is something that's overlooked on the side, but it's actually included in the core. The reflect time at the end of each day is to wind the students down, discuss what they've learned, of course. But the main theme around this is it's mostly centers in small groups, which we know that's very important. So throughout the whole day, this portion they'll have in more individualized instruction. The play and appreciation take place in small groups, meeting them at their level. Reach Your Center time is discovery-based. Purposeful play experiences every day. For example, they have some with reading and listening, they have some STAND stuff, they have STEM, ABC fun, math fun, and a writer's club, which I know Mrs. Moss is happy about. They also have choices with centers, which we know is very important for kids to have choices, especially at that age, for their purposeful play. And they even have make it and take it things that they can take home with them. And spotlight theater, which I thought would be kind of fun for them. The assessment, and we were really glad to see this piece for our little ones. So they have the daily monitor where they can monitor even through observation lists. It's not like the teacher has to set and just test them again and again. They also have the beginning of the year screener, mid-year, and end year too for the year-end assessment that they can track the data with. Here's that chart I was talking about that I like, the mood meter where the kids can touch it. And they were big on family engagement. With the digital platform, the family has access to what the students' curriculum looks like. But this was a really cool part. The digital library for school or home with over 400 digital audio ebooks. And to wrap it up, it's a balanced academics and purposeful play with digital resources to connect with the students and families in the classroom and at home. So copies will be placed in the Ruth Inland Library in Princeville, as well as the Ruth Inland Library in Oakland, and Grantsville School at Northern Middle and at Broadford Elementary for public to comment and review for a month.
So when you purchase the program, it comes with parents, families' ability to get the digital library?
Yes. Yes. It does, and the fact that they get so many books, I love that. So even if a working parent isn't able to read to the child, they can listen to it. So I thought that was a good resource. Any other questions?
First reading, take a look at it and have a chance to look at things, look at it online. Next month. Monica?
So just for our pre-K, which will be 3 and 4-year-olds, correct?
Yes.
And, you know, out for review, next one, come back with an action item.
Yes.
So if, the board's wishes is to get it, when is the hopefully the implementation? For this fall or when?
We would like to start, this fall. Our 3-year-old classroom teachers would really like to have it in hand that we're at the meeting and on the committee because they have no curriculum to use for 3. So they may, like we even talked about starting them a little, as long as they were okay with it, a little quicker. But the good news is that I forgot to share is the day that we had the companies here, our pre-K teachers took it back and they've already been using it and trying to see how they liked it within the classroom. So they've already had it in their hands for a while now.
So is it in our current or our upcoming budget or?
It was written into one of our grants. So
Okay,
it's covered
so it's
with
all
one of the
grant funded.
Mhm.
Okay. Good. And then will there be some of the things that are, like, will you get books for the kids, like consumable to write in, like with some of our products, or will if something you see, teachers can make copies?
They even have the writer boards that are back here. Let me show you some of them. But then one of the cool things, all the trade books, they come at their own levels too. So whenever the teacher Here's some of the writing things that it's even like a drive.
Okay,
So they can continue to use those as well. And, you know, the little ones, they're just gonna be learning,
right.
basically. Yeah, but then we had some, 4-year-olds who, by the end of the year, they could write sentences, so yeah.
Hold pencil the correct way. And
Right.
their motor skills, right? Cutting with
How
scissors
many
and-
times I heard that in my house in my life?
Scissors is a big one. How can I cut it?
Sounds wonderful, it truly does.
Yeah.
Great for.
We really like the SEL part too, that every day they have a piece that goes along with their morning message, so that was pretty cool.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Nope, sounds great. See you. We gotta get next month. Dr. Lage Elementary Northern High School Air Conditioning Installation Limited Notice to Proceed to Design Build Services. It's an action item tonight. Ms. Wislowski.
Yeah, I'm here to ask the board, to approve the limited notice proceed, for the preliminary design service for the Northern Garrett High School HVAC and boiler project, along with the Yacht Lake Elementary School project. This is a notice just to start with the design phase. Also develop the submission to the Department of General Services for approval. Look to award the project in January, and construction at both locations would begin in the summer of 2023. A couple highlights, we have a 5%, $450,000 for the design, which is split 90-10 with the state IAC. Okay? Any questions?
The superintendent is making a recommendation, if I can find my recommendation. There it is. She is making a recommendation that we accept the limited notice to proceed with preliminary design services. Is there a motion as such? So moved by Rodney, second by Matthew. Are the discussions that, Rich, I'm not sure you finished. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let me make sure we got that in so we could ask questions as we go along. Yes.
So basically, they design it and they build it for us, correct? It stays with one person?
Well, they design it,
Yeah.
right, and then the build part is, they're still using subcontractors, they're still doing bids. They're just kind of Daikin's just providing that service throughout, working in conjunction with the design firm. But we're still prioritizing our local people, to provide bids, for the product and for the work.
So it'll still somewhat be bid out then?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that was my,
Mhm.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the main thing, because then,
We won't design it.
Right, this Daikin will put the sub packages together, do all the bidding, and they'll provide us the results. Again, we prioritize local people.
so when they put out the bid, it'll be just like how you normally would do it for the bid, just be in the
Exactly.
paper
Mhm.
or,
Yeah, they use their whole network, and put things out there.
so it'll be places where our local people would know to look for to bid,
Right,
correct?
and we also, we send them, they kind of have a list, but we send them a list of who we'd like to see
Mhm.
and contact information, so we make sure that they get them.
And you said the estimated project start is next summer, right?
Correct.
2023, okay.
I did confirm that the approval was for $9 million. Yep, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Anything else, anyone? All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second to accept limited notice to proceed with preliminary design services. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. And it is unanimous. And, Mr. Kozlowski will stay with us. We're gonna go to the Northern Garrett Athletic Field Fencing Bid Award, and this is an action item.
Yes, request, award, to upright fence, to provide, fence at the edge of the track, and also some, along the perimeter of the fence at Northern High School, in the amount of $96,208. This was done through an RFP, process, based on the board policies and procedures. We just received one, bid, and the funding is part of the capital grant, program.
Superintendent is recommending that we accept, the, bid as, given to us by Upright Fence. Is there a motion as such?
So moved.
So Matthew, second by Jason, discussion about, is that project the same one that did Southern?
Yes.
Yeah, that project did a really nice, they did a great job with that. Any other questions? Okay. Let's move forward to accept upright fence, so all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. We are now at the grade band alignment update, enrollment and revenue information. This will be presented by Ms. Schweitzer.
Good evening again.
Evening.
So this presentation is kind of an update of twofold. So we spoke in October about enrollment and revenue projections for FY23. And so we're here to talk about enrollment projections and revenue projections out further. Obviously, they're estimates, but then we're also providing the grade band alignment update and how that works is working in tandem. So, the object of this update is to provide the board and the public information on the analysis of the grade band alignment as we dive into student enrollment and revenue. So again, we talked about in February, we are seeing the perfect storm with the blueprint implementation, our declining enrollment. We're now really learning more about what the blueprint formulas mean for Garrett County, and we're also facing an aging infrastructure. So our state capital program has changed requirements, and we're working closely with our partners at the state to try to figure out what's the best options for Garrett County Public Schools. So we did this in October. We talked about the prior school year, and so you know, we're here in June. And this is what happened with our enrollment from the September 30th count to the first week of June. We did lose 46 students throughout the school year. This count is as of the last day of each month. We thought we may see an increase when masks were, the requirement of masks was eliminated, but unfortunately, you can see in March, that's when it occurred. We flattened off a little bit, but we didn't really bounce back. But it was not as severe of a decline as we saw in the prior school year. The prior school year, we lost 62 students.
Has there been any preliminary indication, and it's maybe for John, I'm not sure, whether there will be a bounce back from that 46-person loss or any of the losses we've incurred in the last 2 years? Or do we think that's, you know, we're competing with homeschooling, we're competing with private schools, we're competing with a variety of things, lost population being number one in our county, people are just moving away. I mean, I know you have projections, but do we have any projections about when any come back?
According to Maryland Department of Planning, you know, in terms of the geographic location of people, they're not moving to Garrett County, and they're not going to move to Garrett County. In terms of our competitors, if you will, you know, there's always an opportunity for them to come back to Garrett County Public Schools, whether they're in private school or parent home instruction. But, you know, some of this variance are, you know, students who they've moved out of the area, like that we can't get them back. And when we were doing that reason analysis, that we did a full in-depth reason analysis in October, we do have an overwhelming number of families that are leaving the area. And that's really what the Maryland Department of Planning indicated as we get further through the presentation, you know, we've spent a lot of time with them this year because of the facility analysis that we've been working on. So the one thing that we do know is that going into next year, the number of graduates that we had this year and the expected number of kindergartners will be a variance of likely between 15 and 25. So right there, you're going to see an additional decline just because of the outgoing seniors and the incoming kindergartners. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So here's a look at our historical trend. We thought this was really important because there's some public comment and possibly some misunderstanding about the enrollment and what it looks like for Garrett County. So enrollment is reported every single year as of September 30th. It is audited by the MSDE and verified. And we worked closely, again, with the Maryland Department of Planning, and we received information all the way back from 1974 of enrollment data that Garrett County submitted. And there were only 8 years where Garrett County either remained flat or increased. So, you know, that's a pretty overwhelming trend.
You recall the amount of students in 1974? You have to just recall that?
I don't have that here, but the average year-over-year decline is over 1% a year. 1.13 was what the average decline was from 1974. And what's more disturbing is that over the past 5 years, the average has climbed to 1.6%, which that doesn't sound terrible, but whenever you're getting a smaller denominator, that means, you know, it's just the way that the data is going. So this historical trend, also the very last number is 2022, and that is our projected number of students for our September 30th count, which is below the 3,300 number.
That's your projection or?
That's, we agreed on that projection. If you look at this, this graphic, what I did is I laid our projections beside the Maryland Department of Planning projections. And this is an exercise that we do every single year. The Maryland Department of Planning, in preparation for LEAs to work on their capital improvement plan, we true up our enrollment projections together to make sure that the upcoming capital improvement plan is really laid out based upon an aligned understanding of what's happening in your LEA. And I spent 2 different calls talking with the data analytics gentleman, and then also more of a programmatic guy, Michael Baer, from the Maryland Department of Planning, really to understand how their projections are derived and make sure that we're using some of the same indicators. Now, they also are they have a larger pool of data to pull from. So they do also use population projections, but the average that they pull it from is birth rate, whereas we pull the kindergarten rate. So when you go out past 2028, that's where you start to see they continue to decline a little bit, but then pop up because they're on the average of an average, because those students those babies haven't even been born yet, you know, so then they're averaging. And that's what happens with our projections too, whenever you go out so far, because you're doing an average of an average for kindergarten. You have an artificially high number. We did analyze the data. We are under 3% variance in all of our years. So,
Okay.
Using the estimates that we worked on with the Maryland Department of Planning, we wanted to provide the board a revised look at what the projected capacities could look like under the work that Grimm and Parker is doing. And so we have the current, all the way on the left, the current footprint of the South with Broadford, Crellin, Swan Meadow, Yacht Glades, Southern Middle School, and Southern High School. In the light yellow columns, we have what it would look like if we had no change in our footprint, if we continue to operate our schools that we have. And we're looking at overall just shy of 60% utilization. Then the blue columns are in school year 26-27, which is when we believe the renovated Southern Middle School building may open as pre-K through 6, what we're looking at. Now, there are some pretty hefty assumptions here. One being that Crellin would receive some sort of a modular or portable classroom to hold their 6th grade and a pre-K classroom. We're also assuming that the Swan Meadow community would join the Yacht Glades community. The Southern Middle School building would reopen as the new either Southern Elementary or Broadford Elementary. And the Yacht Glades ALO classrooms, some of the special education, more intensive services, those students would move over to the new renovated building. This is also assuming that Southern High School would be a 7 through 12 school. So the thing that is very concerning when you look at these numbers and these projections is that Southern High School, if we do nothing, would be just shy of 40% capacity if it's just 9th through 12th grade. And even Southern Middle School would be shy of 54%. So, you know, those are pretty startling numbers.
Scott, will we wait till the presentation's all over or ask on the page? I don't know.
No, but I think we asked, it's just a informational item, ask them as you have.
Okay. So when you look at that one, your grading alignment, pre-K through 6, 7 through 12, when you have your utilization, you have things down there, it's pretty self-explanatory. So when I look at Crellin, you said we have a 4-classroom modular portable installed. So you're saying in addition to the portable that they already have that has 4th and 5th. So that would be, you said that we could have pre-K there in 6th grade, correct? So my question is, it would go to more than just that, like the cafeterias, you know, the gym room, the music room, everything. So you're putting 2 more grades in there. Might have to consider some other options because.
Well, the thing is, it would be a 4-classroom modular. The way that they are, it wouldn't just be 2 classrooms. It would be, so they would gain 2 extra spaces in the plan that we had. So it'd be 2 classrooms for grades and then 2 other spaces for, depending on what the principal would be, an art room and a music room. So it would be a 4-room kit kind of thing.
So then something else, because we might possibly have to add on another set of restrooms because there's not many, I mean, there's just so many. And then I wonder, it looks good to have 4 classrooms there. Yes, that would be great. They could have pre-K, have 6th grade, but where would you put them? If you look at the school to the right, I think you're on the property line. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'd have to look at that.
There's a lot of, okay, and then when I look at this, when you say, if the board wishes or superintendent makes a recommendation, the board goes along with pre-K through 6th and the one school, which would be Southern Middle, but when it would be being worked on, Rockford would remain, the kids are there, but you would put 6th grade in there, correct? I'm just thinking, if And then you already have, what, Stars is there.
We did the transition and everybody fit for the
Everybody fit.
transition.
Even at
In
Y'all
Broadway.
Glades, like, Y'all Glades is pretty full, I think.
They would have to have their resources on a cart, which they've done in the past. And that would be for a year or two, but that would be,
To house the sixth grade.
yes.
So then the, special ed would stay there at Y'all Glades.
During that time period, yes.
And they would have room for 6, and you're saying Broadford would have room to
Yes,
add.
and Mrs. Ashley and I have already worked on a plan for the transition.
And then, well, since Swan Meadow would be absorbed into Y'all Glades, so at the same time frame, you would put Swan Meadow into Y'all Glades during this, so what would you do with their 7th and 8th? They would go to the high school?
They should go to the high school.
So they're K through 6th, and you're saying that Y'all Glades would have room for them in addition to the 6th grade?
Yes.
That would be currently there.
So you're talking about in 26, 27, when the high school is accepting 7th and 8th graders.
No, so 26, 27 is when the students move into the newly renovated. I don't have the timeline from February, but the timeline from February was such that next year, and I'm gonna be speaking off of my memory, next year, we would, school year 22, 23, we would just be doing some planning.
Sure, nothing changes, right?
But then, when we open school for school year 23, 24, Swan Meadow would not be opening that year. That would,
7th and 8th graders would go
7th and 8th graders
to the
go
middle.
to the high school, because Swan Meadow wouldn't be opening and Southern Middle School wouldn't be opening. Southern Middle School would be closed for renovation. We would be taking Swan Meadow off of our footprint that year. And then the high school, the Southern High School would be where it's going to be, 7th through 12th, which is what we would be doing if we were renovating Southern Middle School anyway. And then all the other, so Y'all Glades, Crellin, and Broadford would keep their 6th graders. And then the only other change that would occur then would be in the school year 26, 27, the special education students at Y'all Glades would move over to the new building. And then the Broadford community and whatever Head Start, Collaborative Classroom, and Judy Center would move into that building. And then Broadford would come off of the footprint. So there would be a 2-building saving.
So, from what you're saying then, again, this is what the superintendent recommends and the board takes action on it. 2022, 2023, this fall, next year, everything will be the same, be planning. So you're saying the year 2023, 2024, Swan Meadow would close, the year would go to elementary, 7th and 8th would go to Southern High. Okay, Southern Middle will close the same year, correct? 2022, 2023. So if this is what happens, when would the renovation to accommodate 7th and 8th in the high school happen?
Next one.
Summer.
But would that be enough time frame? Because what Grantsville, what we thought was time frame and the cost of materials and the issue with getting materials, like.
Yeah, I mean, we could face that.
So you're.
I think that becomes kind of a perfect storm too.
Yeah.
Can we,
Yeah.
logistically, we'll work on the timeline we would like for it to work.
Right, and I still think we have to evaluate some things on the timeline.
Yeah.
So when the 7th and 8th graders move to Southern, Crawford's still gonna be open. And while the renovation was happening. So the first project would be Southern High School to get that ready. And then, okay.
First project.
So then that would be like what, June, July, August, 3 months then? That would be it? If you're saying next summer, June, July, August, September, June, July, August of 2023 to get the high school ready to accommodate 7th and 8th, which, according to this, they would start in the fall of 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that would be 3 months to do this project.
Yeah, logically, 3 months. Yeah. We've been here when school got out the 23rd and 24th of June.
Yeah.
Because of tremendous snow. So, yeah, I always start with the worst case scenario, and that's the worst case scenario. We may not be able to start until the middle of June. So that becomes, something that I'm sure you all thought about, I'm sure you'll plan for, and I'm sure you'll talk to the people about it. But what happens in a worst case scenario if we can't get it finished or the materials don't come in? What's the fallback plan? We just leave everybody where they are? Or what's the fallback plan? We have to have a fallback.
So then before these, so then if there would be schools closed, math would have to start when? Year before? How many months?
It would start in October.
Yeah,
Just October.
Yeah, right.
October 2022.
Okay, so, the board had requested a little bit more depth dive into some student to staff data. So, prior to Dr. Miller going on maternity leave, we worked on pulling this information together for you. There is a report that we're required to submit to the state each and every year on student to teacher, like class size ratios. And the area that I pulled, that Dr. Miller and I decided was best representative of what you were asking about classroom sizes was the core academic subjects. And the core academic subjects included, it includes art, music, science, ELA, math, social studies, dance, PE, and I forget what the last one was, but it was pretty much like every class you could think of, other than some of the CTE pathways and classes. So it was pretty encompassing. So we have here a 4-year historical reference for elementary, middle, and high. You can see that the average student to teacher ratio under core academic subjects, that our system average has been declining. So that means that there are fewer students for each teacher. So our class sizes are smaller than they were 4 years ago. Our maximum in school year 19 was 22.57, and our maximum now in school year 22 is 20.28.
Allison, does that include positions that are grant funded, federally funded?
It's all
It's
teachers.
every person.
It's every person.
Some of those.
It's every teacher teaching a class. It doesn't matter what the funding is coming from.
Okay. I'm trying to get deep into the weeds, I guess, as some people will want to do. Some of those positions could evaporate. Those positions could evaporate as the funding runs out.
Positions could, but the positions that we have, the coaches and the intervention tutors, those aren't part of core academic subjects.
Right.
So that's not what the all staff is below it. This is truly our
But
classroom.
we hired tonight a grant funded kindergarten teacher.
Pre-K.
Pre-K.
You're all pre-K.
Pre-K.
Yeah.
Which is an example of that, may remain, may not remain.
It is, but that's
Changes very little what you're saying, but there could be some changes.
yeah, there could be. And then when you look at the minimum, we have a school that in school year 21 had only 8.26 students to each teacher, in a class. So, you know, our variance is pretty wide. And when I looked at the state data, you know, their variances are not nearly as wide as ours. Kent County is the smallest. And then, Charles actually has the highest at 24.8, classroom size average. So, you know, we are right in the average. It was, 18.9 was the statewide average. So, you know, we're right in there. And that was for school year 21. That's the most recent data that they published. Then when we go down to all staff, now, Mr. Woods, this is what you're talking about. This is every single staff member, every single custodian, food service worker, you know, our cleaner screeners that we had, everybody that serves that building is included in this all staff. Now, this is something that we derived. We produced a report for staff, but not student to staff. So this is a chart that we created. So unfortunately, I can't compare it to other districts. But the student enrollment was as of the 9/30 count, and it includes the pre-K to 12 students. We did include pre-K in this one, and then the staff count is as of 10/1, because that's when that report to MSD is due, for the 10/1 count. So you can see that, you know, it's gone down a little bit, but our system average has been pretty steady. We do have some variances, and this year our variances not as much as we've had in prior years.
I think we've made a conscientious effort, you know, I'll give kudos to the central office staff, but try to right size every year according to the population that we have to take care of, rather than just all of a sudden say we got way too many people working for us.
Well, and I appreciate you saying that, because that's exactly what we would be doing if the board adopts this grade band. You know, the class sizes aren't going to go to 36 and 45. This is where we want to be. You know, we don't want to have class sizes of 24.8. You know, that's not where we want to be. So we are mindful of that.
I have a question. When you said about the class sizes, the first one, average student teacher ratio, I understand that. And you said that would be like your art, music, PE, science, math, LA, social studies. Okay. So you would think of one teacher per class, basically, your main teacher. But I wonder, like in kindergarten, doesn't our pre-K and kindergartens have most of them an 8 in there most of the day? So would they be, they're not categorized?
They are not in the core academic subjects,
so they
because
would
it
be
is a true teacher.
Okay.
It's not, so you're kind of wanting a blended kind of thing.
Well, no, I was just
And that's-
wondering, like in kindergarten, pre-K, we have an 8, so they would fall under the student to staff ratio then?
Correct.
Okay. And then, you know how you said the Maryland, the blueprint, was saying the amount of money allocated for each student, a percentage has to be spent at the school where the student is. Like, does this kind of help you track it on our?
No.
No.
But we'll get to that. It's
Okay. Well, I didn't
coming
know
up.
if it would
No, not
affect
this.
the ratio.
This
Okay.
doesn't really help us with that, but we'll talk about that later in the presentation.
So the blueprint's requirement, you give what, 40% of the teacher's time needs to be in planning and those type things?
That's
So
right.
how does that affect? I mean, do you have to have larger class, do you have to have larger class sizes to accommodate the amount of peak time?
Well, not
teachers aren't there?
necessarily, because if you do it where they have different opportunities, and then it's about planning, like, it's all about scheduling. It's not necessarily, you know, the actual class, because the class, especially in elementary, and you guys can jump in anytime you want, but the class could go on to like typing, and somebody else could teach typing while the teacher is having their 40% of, you know, somebody else could deliver the instruction and the class remains at 18. Do you know what I mean?
So, you know, okay, so it was,
The good thing is there are computer
Yeah.
programs that help you with that. This is what I need to do. So I put it in and it tells me how to schedule it.
Well, and teachers will get a resource every day, whether it be art,
Yeah.
music, or gym. So right away, the teacher has that time slot.
okay, well, yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Whether that, if this is kind of artificial, because, you know, you have to account for that time that the teachers are actually teaching.
And we are doing a bigger focus on SEL, so we have guidance going in too to offer some extra time on top of that. So I think that's a very good question.
Okay. Yeah, answered it.
Allison, next time we take a look at this data as we get closer to making our decision, and I think I mentioned this to a few other folks earlier, but it might be nice to remind people how big our classes used to be in Garrett County. So I know I'm getting old, but my class was much larger than this. And most of you that taught before you came to administration, your classes were much larger than this per grade. So we may need that reminder a little bit of what, I mean, we're looking at most of our classes were 10 to 15 bigger than what this number is.
Yeah, that's very important, Jason. Go back to an historical document or maybe
Right.
or something like that to show that this is what it did look like.
The times have changed.
Yes.
Student behavior and a whole bunch of things.
Well, I would
Back
agree with
to
that, but we
uniform
also
and
have
all
more
that.
staff members than we've ever had back in the day. So when we had those larger classrooms, we were also working with much smaller staffing sizes. And so now we've increased staffing sizes to help with some of those issues,
Right.
and we have smaller classes size, so we should be able to operate.
True, but
Well, we can look
some kids
at
require
that.
one person. So it's a,
True.
depends on how you look at it, pros and cons.
Okay, so let's move on to revenue. So this, you know, we talk about this a couple times a year. The drivers of our revenue are state aid funding and then our local aid are two big pieces. Those are the pieces that we watch, well, I watch a lot. Of the state funding, our student enrollment drives the formula as well as our local wealth. And unfortunately, in Garrett County, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, the property wealth is really driving that cost share in which our county is responsible for a higher percentage of the effort than the state.
What does BMF change stand for there? Number of income eligible students, BMF change.
I'm not sure.
Not familiar.
I have circle too.
Oh, it's Blueprint for Maryland's Future, it's a change. Okay, sorry. So, we have enjoyed the supplemental pre-K, revenue. In Little Kerwin, there was a stopgap so that we could get a percentage of a FTE for every full day pre-K in terms of revenue. Starting in FY '24, the pre-K students must be income eligible, and then we get a portion. So our pre-K revenue is going to substantially decrease in FY '24. We believe it could be a quarter of what we have been receiving, which we've been receiving about $500,000 a year, which to educate our pre-K students, it's about $2 million to run our pre-K. So like a quarter was what the state was participating in. So that's a really big issue, is the fact that the pre-K students, in order for us to receive funding, must be income eligible. So then down to the local aid, you know, we talked about this in January and February. There's now a test between maintenance of effort and local share, and the formula for maintenance of effort, well, it's pretty much the same. It is taking the average of the last 3 years of enrollment, so you don't have, you might not see a big drop, but unfortunately, when your enrollment is about 2% a year, then you do end up, you know, it's not quite as smoothing as we'd like. And then the local share is the new piece. Now this year, maintenance of effort was the higher of the two, so that's what the county, commissioners will be, funding us. But, you'll see in a couple of slides that there will be a flip because our decline in enrollment is if the projections hold true, the decline in enrollment and lack of escalator in maintenance of effort, will cause the local share to be higher. So, that's this one. So, what we tried to do is provide really high level, this is in millions of dollars, projection of what our revenue could look like. Now, this is not all of our pieces of revenue. This is our unrestricted state aid and our local aid, whatever it is, whether it's the local share or maintenance of effort. So, there are a couple things that are happening here. We've got the chart that shows out to FY26, but the important piece to understand is that, and we talked about this before, is that the Department of Legislative Services assumed that our enrollment would be much higher than what it is. And so in the lower right-hand corner, we have a chart that shows the variance, which is just about 300 students. So all of their projections that are published for everyone to see of what our revenue likely would have been to implement the blueprint was based off of Garrett County Public Schools having about 300 more students than we do have.
And the blueprint is based off their projections.
It's based, the Department of Legislative Services estimate.
Right.
So that's what MACO was looking at, that's what MAVE was looking, everybody was looking at that. That's what, also,
Have other jurisdictions seen similar poor projections?
well, other jurisdictions, other LEAs dropped significantly because of COVID, but they're coming back. They're like, they might not be, at their September 30th count this year, they might not have been completely recovered, but they're well on their way.
Our birth rate's a big factor in that thing.
Well, I guess
those projections.
my question was, their projections good for the other LEAs, but for some reason.
Some of them are better. I mean, some of them actually saw a lot more money than what was.
But a lot of that's economic driven, I'm sure.
Yes, it is. And so they were all projections. What I did was, try to create, based upon the discrepancies that we saw with enrollment, what we actually saw in FY23, and then we estimated out what 24, 25, and 26 may look like. Now, it looks like, according to the Department of Legislative Services, FY26 was supposed to be the year that the local participation went from maintenance of effort to local share. However, because of our decline in enrollment, it may be FY24, depending on if the inflationary index stays as high as it is. Because remember, the state aid is based off of several different inflationary indexes. So if they stay high, then that local share, the local share could even be higher than what we anticipated if the inflationary outweighs our decline in enrollment. But the important thing to understand is that even this year, we received almost $2 million less than what was reported that LEAs needed to implement the blueprint. So we're being required to implement something where we're not receiving the funding to follow these initiatives. And it doesn't look like it's going to change. Of the 24 LEAs, Garrett County was the only one that did not receive an increase.
Well, here you have the same amount of money, you got all these raises and everything that we have to give. You have a lot of other things that are, they're changing the formula on how they award us money. So we get less money and yet we still have to implement all these things. And so something's got to change it. The state got billions of dollars to implement this and we're getting a reduction.
Yeah.
Right? Something's got to happen down the state. I mean, we got to work on that.
Well,
Most of the two guys that could work on it.
And look at all the money, all the real estate that was sold the past year, and that is.
Well, I know, but it doesn't, you can't expect you to do more with less money.
But remember, as Allison said too, but we're the only one that's adversely affected.
Right.
So, I mean, a lot of the
Well, then-
legislation, you know, I mean, but it is what it is.
It depends on how you look at it. It won't cost us much, it won't cost as much to fix us,
Yeah.
because we're the only one.
But I'm not sure how they can fix us,
Well,
because
we'll have to figure that
our
out.
wealth, but the thing is, our wealth is our wealth is killing us. The property wealth is killing us, and the fact that our enrollment continues to decline, those two factors, and that's, I don't know how you fix that. I don't know.
I don't know either, but that's a problem for the legislature and the next governor and maybe.
Yeah, the blueprint will be implemented by the time they fix anything, I mean.
You said it was impossible to change the formula 3 or 4 years ago, and we did it. Right?
Well, I'm glad you're on Maine's legislation committee.
Yeah, we expect results.
Please report. And we'll be right there with you.
Right behind you.
Yeah, well, you're like with maybe you're like, you know, we're trying in the wilderness, because you're the only one that's affected that way. But they feel sorry for us.
They do feel sorry for us, and every chance I get, I explain to them, you know, because we were on a CFO meeting, and they, you know, people were complaining about this, complaining about that, and the new director of accountability said, I don't know what you guys are just complaining about, you're all getting millions of dollars more, and I unmuted, I said, Garrett County is not. And I highlighted the thing, and he shut up.
Yeah, you gotta keep.
You know, so
gotta
you
keep
just
pushing.
have to keep making people aware, but unfortunately,
But if you be considerate of everybody, if you're one of those people downstate, and you're saying, okay, Garrett County, you're losing enrollment. You're the 5th wealthiest county in the state in terms of land value, but you are, I mean, it is what it is, that's the rules we're playing by. Your local government should be stepping up more into the discussion, should be stepping up more.
But we have no way to require them to do that. because
No,
We can only go.
we can't require,
And that's the problem.
but that's gonna be their.
That's the part you could try to change.
Well, it's the wrong indicator, to tell you the truth. I mean,
well, but the thing is, when it switches to local share, then they're beholden to the inflationary indexes.
Right.
Unfortunately, until that happens, we're at maintenance of effort, the per pupil amount, and that's our environment.
Well, again, we can't fix that tonight, go ahead.
So, Ms. Rinker, this is where, we start talking about that school level spending. Now, what I'm trying to do here is give you a perspective, a historical reference of what we did spend per pupil, state and local, in our schools. And we have this data that we've been tracking for the SS school level expenditure report. We've prepared it 3 years now, and likely we will be using some version of this to comply with some of the blueprint AIB requirements. But you can see that our maximum in FY21 rose to $18,518 at one school, and a minimum of $12,123 at another school. So we have a pretty wide variance of what we're spending per pupil based upon the school. Unfortunately, this won't be sustainable because the funding is going to have to follow the student based upon the demographics of that student. So whereas the superintendent and her team had the autonomy to say, you know what, we have some issues at this school, we want to put in a little extra staff, we're probably not going to be able to do that unless we have additional funding, unless we have restricted funding, because with our state and local unrestricted funding, we're really going to have to be mindful of the dollars we're spending at each school based upon their enrollment. When we get into the budget cycle next year, that's one of the new things that we're gonna be talking about. And it's called weighted budgeting, and it's not what we've done in the past, but we will be working towards it. So the good news is we'll have a year to go through it, and then the following year, we'll have to have it in place. So. There's also a link there. We haven't, the ESSA school level expenditure data is on the Maryland report card, and it has been, but we really haven't made a big deal about it. But if the board would like to look at it, or any of the public, there is a link to a little document that explains kind of the methodology of that report. So. Okay, so another result of implementing the blueprint, like I just said, the funding must follow the student. So 75% of each of the major state aid program funding. So you take the special ed amount and you allocate it out based on the number of special ed students in each school by the per pupil that the state tells you that you're receiving. So we already have spreadsheets built where you just plug in the thing, and then we kind of have a guide of how much money should be spent at each of those schools.
So if you have a school with 3 special ed students, can't afford to do the teaching, right? That would be the key.
Well, it could be a percentage of a teacher. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I mean, we have that right now because we have schools that, you know, the teacher, if one person may be split 4 ways or 3 ways because of what they do during the day, the services they provide. They might provide GT services and special ed services and just regular intervention services. So, you know, we are already doing that.
Yeah.
But, and so, you know, what you were saying, Mrs. Renker, about having the student or the staff information, if every staff member got paid the same amount, then you could do it. But unfortunately, there's wide variances in the pay. So
just for clarification, we've heard about this before, but when it says right there, 75% of all major state aid program funding must be spent at school level. That's like 70% for the number of students in the school, or?
No, the total amount of money that we receive. So for our foundation, we received, I think, $12 million.
Okay.
So 75% of that $12 million has to be spent at the school level.
How much do we spend now?
Well, it depends on I don't have that here, but we already know that from the ESSA school level expenditure data. We have that information, and we're okay. Like we're spending 75%, but we're not spending them at the right schools.
Right, yeah, that's the problem.
Okay, well, yeah,
Like if you take overall, we are spending them, and our cost per student for central office is one of the lowest, but we're not spending it in the right
that's
places.
important data for us to have, which schools aren't, you know.
Well, you
I think
have
they've
to-
kind of presented it to us before, though.
Yeah, it's in there. I can guess.
Yeah, yeah, you're right, you can guess, right.
Schools, really, because the per pupil expenditure has to do with the population of the schools, is that right? I mean, the lower the population, the higher the per pupil goes.
Well, it depends on the spending,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, it's,
I mean, I just said, what's the main factor driving those numbers?
well, the staffing, because staffing is our biggest expense, the benefits of those staff.
Number of students.
Mhm. Right.
Yeah, because if you have a teacher teaching 8 kids compared to a teacher with
That's right.
25 kids, it's, yeah.
Right.
So it's a function of a school population.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes.
So when it says 75% of all major state aid program funding must be spent at school level, is that more based off of the per pupil, 75% of the per pupil allotment, or just like the whole amount of money? I'm just trying, you know what I mean?
Well, we built the model off of the whole amount, 75% needs to be spent at a school. And then of that 75%, it's based upon how many students are at that school and what the demographics of those schools, of those students are. If they're special ed, if they're farm, if they're non-English learners. So there might be a student that is worth, that's not the right statement, but we receive maybe $60,000 for one student, and we have to spend that at that school for that on behalf of that student. And then there might be another student, because of their demographics, we only get the foundation amount,
So all schools are all different cases, basically, depending on the need. That's what I'm saying, like.
Well, no, not the needs, not necessarily the needs. It's based upon the
Right.
demographics of the student population.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so we're still working on this. So teacher leader fiscal requirements, and we've talked about this a little bit. The National Board Certification mandated salary increase of $10,000 is in effect starting 7/1. So we do have 3 staff members who will qualify for this. And we do also have 17 people in the pipeline to earn their National Board certification.
Wow.
And we believe that 9 of them will have achieved it for the FY24 fiscal year.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
It's a good incentive.
it is. So, and again, remember that $10,000, while we receive it, we are receiving it split. It's part of our local match. It's part of the state. So we're also required to prove a 10% raise to teachers by next fiscal year. We're doing a good job on that one. Then the mandated career ladders must be implemented by FY25. So, that's where we get into those variances across job descriptions that, per the language in the legislation, you're required to have a variance of 5,000 or 10,000 or 15,000 based upon this criteria. So we have been told that the state is likely to have some more guidance for us after the beginning of the calendar year, so in January. We're hopeful that we'll receive some information about career ladders, but that will be a challenging list for us in FY25. And then July 1st of 2026, a $60,000 minimum teacher starting salary is required. So that's what we are looking at now. Dr. Miller, I'm sorry.
No, we just have to strategize on what kind of formula would be better for us. If it's a base, to give every county a base funding and then divide up the rest by student population, or
Well, that's what the foundation is supposed to be. The foundation amount is supposed to be the base, but it's still based upon your enrollment.
well, then, you need the base before you do the enrollment. That allows each school system to have enough money to actually do this implementation that they want us to do.
Right.
So, right?
Well, there are a lot of programs with school construction where they'll do that, because they'll get down to the point where like 12 of us will get $37. And so instead they give all these LEAs 200,000, and then, everybody else gets a bunch more. And so they've done that before. I actually had a conversation with Senator Edwards about that at one point. It was really about health services at that time, and that was prior to the blueprint, like all this change. So
No people, they don't understand. The state doesn't even understand this, obviously, because they're saying everybody, why are you complaining? Everybody's getting an increase.
well, the thing that you really have to understand is their perspective. We are so different than every other, we are so different than every other district.
Right.
In the state of Maryland, most districts are increasing enrollment. They're growing by schools a year. You know, they're having construction issues. You know, they don't have room for pre-K. You know, and so our issues are just so different than what.
You have to pay, but you have to pay more money when you get more students too. There's more, the cost of educating the students goes up. So it's sort of the reverse of what we're facing, but the question is, are they getting enough money to handle their increase?
And that's what they say they're lagging.
Yeah.
There should be a true up, and I'm saying, no, let's not true up, because then we would owe money back, as, you know, so there's pros and cons to all things, but, you know, you, Mr. Gluffley, should keep talking to them at Maeve,
Well,
and.
we need to lay out a plan on what it would look like if we got a voucher. That's, I mean, what do I advocate for? That's the point.
Well, even hold harmless. You know, that's what I said. Why couldn't we just have hold harmless? Have the same that we had last year? You know, just a hold harmless. Well, they did a hold harmless for comp ed, but, you know, they didn't do a hold harmless overall.
I might do that again, but I'll legislation next year to do that.
Well, the governor put it in the budget 2 years ago, and then the delegate, you know, they didn't overturn it, so we'll just have to see. Okay, so then, Dr. Miller wanted me to provide an update on the grade band alignment committee progress. And the work that the grade band alignment has been working on, and Mrs. Ashby's here to maybe help me a little bit with this, but, you know, they've been operating under like an elementary pillar and then a secondary pillar, and then did you meet as a whole group too? Maybe not?
No.
Okay, so, but they did meet prior to the ed spec, the Grimm and Parker work getting started to help drive the Grimm and Parker work. So the elementary met on 2 days, and they worked on departmentalization, the logistics, the resource modeling, what upper elementary may look like, 4, 5, 6, some options about that. They also talked about concerns. Some of the people on that committee were teachers,
We had
admin
coaches,
staff,
and we had admin, and we had, Ms. Elliott, who was a CT, so she brought out that portion.
Yeah.
We did have a mixture, we had some special ed, and we had middle school teachers along with us.
Right, so that you could work on the 6th grade. So, but it was more of a holistic 4, 5, 6 kind of discussion. Okay, and then secondary met twice as well, and they worked on integrating the 7th and 8th grade, the logistics considerations. So what Grimm and Parker showed you came from the input that Mr. Edwards' team had worked on, and it was made up of the same, the special education, the GT, 7th and 8th grade teachers came and were part of that. They talked about the opportunities for added value. They really were kind of brainstorming what the master schedule might look like, and really just talking a lot about those things. Elementary also had a meeting with the Richland Elementary School, which is a pre-K through 6. It's the lower school of the Richland that the instructional team met with. That was 7 through 12. That was more of an integrated approach to 7th and 8th, or 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th kind of thing. And so all of this information really supported the ed spec work and got that started. So
where is the Richland Elementary School at? In Pennsylvania, or?
Yeah.
Johnstown. Did they go in person?
The principal met with us, virtually.
Okay.
Secondary, we went person.
That's 7 through 20.
Allison, yeah, hours getting late. Do you have questions? I mean, this is, yeah, I know you guys have, you put a tremendous amount of work in all this. We are very appreciative of it, though. We really do. Sometimes our questions may be redundant or frankly dumb. But there are so many components to these decisions that it's sometimes hard to grasp once a month. Where were we last month? You know, the information you're giving us is I'm sure going to be extremely important as we move forward.
Beginning to see a theme.
Pardon me?
I'm beginning to see a theme of all these presentations.
Well, there is a theme, and the theme is we're a unique, she's right, this is a unique county. It's a bedroom retirement county for people who have worked their lifetimes, decided to move to Gary County, buy a nice home, live in this environment. It's a safe environment, not too many people. Got to worry about shopping at Walmart and Lowe's. You don't have to worry about where you're going to shop. And you know, it's who we are. We're not gonna, you know, we're not bringing in Leah Wilkes with her family
Or keeping them there.
to find a place here. You know, someday when she graduates from college, will she want to return back? What will she want for her? They're very limited. You know, I have a son.
Affordable housing, limited, there's lots of issues. Absolutely.
I want to tell you, if you're right, I mean, I go down to Baltimore where my kids live, and it's like a baby every 2 minutes goes by, and dogs and babies, they're everywhere.
So are you sure which is which in the stroller?
Well,
Because sometimes it's not the child in the stroller.
I mean,
I think we're doing great.
families in Baltimore City are having kids.
All right.
Whether they'll move out of there.
Move on. Tonight, we're in here. We're skipping that word to the handbook. This is an action item.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We meet again this late hour to discuss the handbook. I'm here tonight to ask for approval for the student handbook for next year.
I make a motion when we.
Superintendent's going to make a recommendation. Recommendation is that we accept the handbook for the school year 22-23. Do I hear a motion? So moved by Jason. Seconded by Matthew. Is there any discussion? I know that is an incredible document. Great pleasure is through my academic career as a teacher, coach, principal to work on that many times. So I know how it's go through there and make sure that you've got everything right. It's very difficult.
Really highlight it all.
Yeah.
That is very helpful.
Yeah, and like I said, the last board meeting, I truly believe probably in the next year or two, you're gonna see some revisions of this, since the state hasn't really updated their requirements for us. So with everything coming down with policies and procedures and just best practices.
Any questions, any specific things you found that you want to question? Yes.
Well, I think I asked myself last month, so I'm just looking to verify the 68 student meal charge policy. It's basically just saying if they charge and don't pay, what happens. It's not really, you know, saying that free and reduced or no cost, and if you pay the full price. It's more about.
And that's straight
your
from the
charges.
approved policy that we
Yeah.
have right now, straight from Mr. Germain sent me.
And I asked about attendance. I just have one more thing on the attendance. Like, I had questions last month, and then Dr. Fuller, some of these other things, and I really went over it. So I guess my question is, when you look at the attendance, I mean, we all know it's important. That's the best place the kids learn is being in school and being there, not being tardy, not being late, being there all day. But when you look at page 9, like, we have, to me, this is serious when you have to have like 6 different levels. You have your attendance concerns, like written school notification of parents, they missed or unlawful absence to goes on. Then second, notification of pupil personnel worker. Third, scheduled school conference, pupil personnel worker, social worker, and or goes on. Fourth, additional scheduled school conference goes on. Fifth, if a home visit has not been completed, will be done by the pupil personnel worker, and so on. Sixth, if the above interventions have not been successful, the pupil personnel worker complete a referral. Document above interventions in state office attorney, go state office. State Attorney's Office, sorry. So I guess from the Board of Ed standpoint, have we had many cases that have to be addressed because of
Truancy, yes.
it continues?
More so this year than previously. And, you know, Mrs. Schweitzer and I, you know, discuss enrollment a lot, and the figures that we give are very accurate based on, you know, students transferring in and out, also truancy, trying to get kids back in school. You know, we actually had a meeting with local agencies, State's Attorney, DJS, DSS, and trying to come up with a way to address it earlier so we don't get to the truancy, because DJS hands are tied, State's Attorney's hands are somewhat tied, so our hands are tied. So, like you said, our goal is to keep students in school and learn to become productive citizens. How do we go best about doing that? There's been committees, because it's a statewide, it's a countrywide issue with attendance coming back from the pandemic, of getting students back engaged. So I'm guessing that you'll see the attendance piece as part of that change in the next year or two, with some more guidelines on trying to impact student attendance overall.
Mental health issues are now going to be treated the same as physical illness.
Yeah, correct.
I have a good friend, and I believe I questioned her. I think it was like in 2013, 14, something like that. She's a high school student. She went to college, and the child was supposed to get on the school bus, and apparently didn't. And it got to where she had a lot of absences, you know, to come home, but the kid went to school. Well, she got a phone call, and this is from central office here, that they was going to put her in jail if she didn't make her kid, come to school. Like, so I'm wondering, how did we get away from that? Like, I'm not saying it's a good thing, but like, she didn't realize what was going on, but, you know, then they changed. She took the child and dropped it off at school, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm wondering, why do we take that piece out of here? Do we have to get back to being where?
Well, we don't make the decision about jail, we make the truancy referral. And so we have to work within the guidelines that DJS and the State's Attorney kind of guide us on in conversations that we have. There have been parents in the last 5 years that have been in jail based on truancy. But at the end of the day, how do we change the behavior and the attendance to get the kids in school? Does putting the parent in jail get the kid to school? Does it? I don't know. So I don't think there's a whole lot of. So then,
they just figured that
so just like with the discipline policies and regulations changed, I mean, DJS and State's Attorney have some different things that they can and can't do, but I mean, we're working together coming back from the pandemic, and like I said, it's just not a Garrett County thing.
Right.
It's a statewide thing.
Well, I didn't compare it to last year's, but is this?
It's exactly
It's
the
the
same.
exact same thing.
Yep, the only thing I changed was the approved pregnant students and parenting section.
Right, okay. More about the attendance, because that is.
Yeah.
That whole truancy and absentee things, I wrestled with that a lot. Personally, in that if a student, if Leah or Alexis can miss 37 days of school and get straight A's, shouldn't they be allowed to do that? If they can do that? Which says we're not doing enough as a system to you know, to make school harder, but I never equated attendance with knowledge. You know, some people, I don't know.
The concern is the student not engaged in learning and not showing up school, and some of it's a safety issue. So,
Well,
yeah, I don't
we'll
think
see how virtual schooling plays out in the future, because I do think it's going to play out in the future. It's already playing out next door in West Virginia. They've got 3 on-site virtual schools now and 3 virtual schools.
Pennsylvania has their own cyber school.
And they're starting that this year, and I think last I saw, they have over 2,000 applicants to those schools. And you'll see that as a way of the future. Kids will say, I can learn just well at home. Yeah, most of them can.
Yeah,
I agree.
so they would tell you from what we had experienced, there would be many that say
I can do it.
they need to be face to face.
Any other questions? Anyone?
Did this be printed and the
Yep, we
kids
need
come
to-
back to school what, the papers usually back for the parents to sign it or something, saying they've received it?
They received it, that's correct. We'll put it on the website.
Okay, so they still will paper copies then?
Correct.
I got a motion on the floor and a second to accept the, student handbook as presented to us. Those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. And it is unanimous.
Thank you all.
Ladies?
My turn.
Is your name? You had to wait a long time for it.
I did, but
Yeah, it's worth it.
last one.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll start out with just kind of like a little mini overview of the start of my term. So we started out in a more online learning setting and slowly had to transition out of that. And I felt like that was a huge part of my role, was communicating to you all how we could best help students transition and those who are struggling to get out of that place. And following about November, I didn't get any of those complaints anymore once I reported it to you all. So I think that we've worked very well and very successfully to get a lot of students out of a hard place. So that's very positive feedback that I've gotten overall throughout the year. Another thing, when I started my term in the beginning of the year, I talked about furthering my mental health campaign. So I partnered with GCSC more to continue to make new workshops for things like studying habits, stress management, and anxiety. This is specifically figuring out your own learning style and what you work best with and what helps you encode certain information into your memory. And by learning better, you can reduce some of that stress because you feel better prepared. So that's what we focused on, especially with virtual learning and not having that in-person encoding opportunity. Figuring out how to do it on your own can help a lot. So those resources we shared during our countywide General Assemblies were taken back to home student councils. And then I know at Southern, we did a display case for stress management and a couple different online resources through Schoology. So in addition to that, to kind of wrap up my year, I created an unofficial copy of a student member of the board handbook, and I included tips and tricks and some report examples of my notes.
I'd love to see tricks.
Yeah, so
before you come.
yeah, so this is what it looks like on the inside. I hope that throughout the years, as it gets passed down to more students, they add to it and change things as the way that you are a student member changes, because every year there's going to be something different. So I'm hoping that that works out and it becomes a lot thicker than what I have right now. But as for graduation, that was June 5th, last Saturday. Both ceremonies were seamless. Anyone who attended, Alexis attended as an audience member for both, for both of them, for both Southern and Northern, and there was an abundance of positive feedback. Everyone felt like it was, you know.
There are some great speeches.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, students, valedictorians, salutatorians, class presidents, good messages, good delivery. So, absolutely. I look forward to seeing what everyone does in the future. But for me specifically, I'm gonna get my Math and Science Associate's degree from Garrett College, and then I plan to transfer to West Virginia University to study pre-med, and then go on to WVU Medical School.
You'll be a good doctor.
I appreciate that, and I want to work in this community.
What kind of doctor you want to be? Psychiatrist.
Either something in the psychology field or emergency medicine.
Really?
Yeah, but I do want to work in this community. This position has helped me realize that, like, this is where I want to give back, even more than before I started this. So I don't plan on leaving. Very good. But
Everybody's not leaving, huh?
yeah, we were talking about that earlier, so I figured I'd mention something.
Good family. Yeah, that's wonderful. And the book that's a great idea. I mean, it really is, because I know Alexis probably sitting there thinking, what did I sign up for? for you. I've been here since what?
Sometimes we actually get out on time.
I do remember that June. No, it's usually aren't too bad, yeah.
I don't know what happened with that.
Yeah, June, July, and August were short.
Yeah, that was always,
Well, that's you've been very well spoken. You truly have, you are very articulate, you bring a lot to the table when you talk, and we've been very appreciative of your 12 months with us.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity more than anything. Like I said, it helps me figure out what I want to do in the future. And it was my favorite thing that I did in high school, even though there were late nights and stuff like that. It was definitely the most fulfilling, for sure. Yeah,
Yeah, you
I
certainly,
think Alexis,
certainly, hopefully it will help you in the future. I'm sure it will help you in the future.
yeah, Alexis will do a fantastic job. I have full faith in her, not a doubt in my mind.
Well, thank you, we appreciate that. Board member updates real quickly, then we're gonna ratify some contracts and get out of here. Gotta go to, went out to Crowley, helped one day out there when they were doing their playgrounds. We had a great time. Debbie and I went out there for 4 or 5 hours, I think it was, probably was. Went to the FFA dinner, the other day, had a great time there, a lot of people there. Matthew and I went out to Swan Meadow and watched the awards presentation and watched all those kids and their smiles. So there were a lot of really neat things going on this month.
Teacher retirement dinner, like she said, plenty of room. That was, seemed like there was plenty of room that you didn't have to, for graduation. You can only invite like 6 guests or whatever. Everybody was,
It's a great venue. We're hoping that Mr. Van Sickle could continue that venue. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, that's a great point.
Oh, it's a great one.
There's a lot of work.
Deep
oh
one.
my God, I can't even imagine.
Well, girls, you're welcome to stay, or you're welcome to get home before the witching hour, whatever you want to do.
I think you know what we're gonna do. Maybe closing my thing.
Well, we're
Yes.
Yeah.
And
we're sorry that you had to stay that late, but we thought it was important for you especially to have the ability to input with the things that are going on at the high school.
Well, I'm grateful for it that I can do that because it's definitely a huge decision.
Forward the LSA email.
Yes.
Okay, we are up. Dr. Wilson.
All right.
So all 4 of our bargaining units, our AFT, GASA, GCEA Unit 1 and 3, they have met and ratified the amendments to the 2001 to 2024 comprehensive agreement between the Board of Education and each of those entities. We are very thankful for our employees to agree to the contracts. We believe there are a lot of good work that will go into those contracts for next year. We're very appreciative. So at this time, I do have all 4 contracts for you, Mr. Woods, and for Superintendent Baker to sign, and they're signed by each of those units, okay?
The superintendent's recommendation is that we accept all 4 contracts. We certainly have the ability to have discussions before we accept. Is there a motion as such to? Motion. Jason, second by Matthew. For any discussions, it looked like as I read through all of those, each of them opted to take the salary increase and pass on the cost increase to their health care.
That is correct. They accepted that.
7.23.
That is correct. Yes, they all accepted the changes with healthcare, yes.
Job.
Yeah.
It's certainly a team effort on both sides.
Yeah, sure, and I'm sure they gave up things, all groups of things they wish they could have gotten, and quite frankly, there's things we wish we could have given. You know, if we could, we would, but I think if anybody who pays attention to tonight, and nights like this, realize the difficulty that this board will have going forward to keeping everybody happy. Yeah. Any other suggestions, comments? Okay, there's a motion on the floor to accept all 4 contracts tonight and to ratify, or to sign those for ratification. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. And we'll sign those as soon as you're ready to come up. That being the end of the night, we'll take a motion.
So moved.
So moved by Jason, second by Matthew.
I was gonna give it